Hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, Tori. Hi, Horseman. Hi, Aya. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Wolfie. How is everyone? How is everyone? Should be able to beat Red Dead between tonight and tomorrow, I think. Where's the warm-up music? You're not a Justin Timberlake enjoyer? A soda or an energy drink? Don't worry, I'll keep you guys nice and entertained. Oh, I'm in Mexico. Oh shit. So I need to come back with more money to buy her. That's what I need to do. Oh, it's doing the thing again. Why is it doing this? Does it come off on stream? A little bit.
Sorry, ma'am, I'm married.
He, like, glitches when he runs. Worst time getting a birthday gift. They make it so hard to order stuff international. Like... Ole! Ole! Hola, Rey! ¿Cómo está, Rey? Where's Jeff? Jeff! The fuck is... Where's my horse? Jeff, there's my boy. There's my boy. We lost so much progress because Jeff died in a firefight. And so I restarted my game. Jeff. Why does it... Why does it do this? I could have re-rescued that one horse. No, that one horse was terrible. All other horses other than Jeff have been terrible. Jeff has a amazing stamina. Yeah, like literally like they run too fast for the game to like load their feet, and so their feet glitch. No, nobody can replace Jeff. He really is just one of a kind. I need to put more emotes on BTTV. And 7TV, I think. I think I paid for 7TV too. No, I think I just paid for BTTV. Is this guy gonna try and come get me?
Stop! I need help.
What do you need help with? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
What the hell are you doing?
Motherfucker just tried to steal Jeff.
Yo,
Did you see that, Jeff? That's how amazing you are. Other people try to steal you. Where's this
I
guy's
doubt
body?
you
There it
eating this.
is. He tried to take Jeff. I know.
Come on.
I've said it. Anytime one of these fuckers stop me on the side of the road, it's never good. It's never good whenever any of them try to stop me and ask me for anything. Jeff is for the girls, exactly. Not just anybody could ride Jeff. And so it no, he tried to steal my fucking horse. I didn't have time to change to a lasso and shit. Jeff's life was on the line. Jeff would understand.
Come on. Come on.
Jeff would understand. Also, can I buy another weapon? No, I need $200 to buy a hooker. Mana. Mana. It's like a silly little smushy little elephant fetus.
Yeah.
You don't own the ball. Oh no.
Come on.
All right, hold on. I'm like not comfortable, and I don't know why. So like, I should get comfortable first of all. My little baby Yodi blanket, which I know is not his name. Don't come for me. I know that's not his name. I know his name's Grogu. All right, and then like, my keyboard feels. Hold on, let me put my desk up just a little tiny bit. There we go. Okay, there we go. That feels a little better. Okay, kill me. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, you're struggling. There we go. That's a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Hi, Nikki. How are you? Oh wait, what am I supposed to be hunting? For my whatchamacallit right now? Challenges. Master Hunter. Skin 5 coyotes. Okay. It's not hard. Just hard to tell coyotes from wolves in like the distance. Okay, see, Jeff just has so much stamina. He's just so unstoppable. And I don't know, like, I don't fucking know horses. So these achievements and stuff, where it's like, do this on this specific horse, like, it doesn't even tell you. Oh, that's a thing. Wait, should I do nothing? I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Is he saying he's innocent? Listo? What's that? What are you counting? No. That was really unnecessary. I was gonna stand in between. I was gonna stand in between this guy. I was gonna be like, wait.
Come on.
I think he said I'm innocent, right? I never know what to do. Like, how to react so quickly. Great, what is this? Are you... Ark! Oh, I did hear it now. I was like, I don't hear the notification! Ark, thank you so much for the raid! Revenge of the Savage Planet. Is that an old game? Why do I feel like I've heard that? What is that game? Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How is your stream? How you doing? If you need to raid and run, by all means, you know you're welcome to peace on out. What is this guy? Do you need me? You don't need me? Okay. I never know. But welcome in, guys. Thank you for being here. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want to. And that includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, Red Dead Redemption, and everything in between. I know why you're really here. You're here for the video. I'm gonna play the video, but I'm gonna continue to make this walk during the video. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I'll see you in a minute. I only play with 1 or 2 people. It's on Game Pass. Maybe that's where I saw it. Anyway, here you go. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhas? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid. It is crossplay, but only for 2 people. What? Okay, so what is it called again? I feel like that's what it is. I may have just seen it the other day. Revenge of the Savage Planet. So like, what kind of game is it? Also, we're here apparently. I'm leaving Jeff though, because I'm scared. I'm scared to take him anywhere. Hello. Letter D.
Eres llorón, maricón.
My throat's a little congested today.
Hablas lealtad, pero eres transparente. Estarás aplaudiendo cuando mi cabeza está empelado, ¿verdad?
No, mi excelencia. Mis hombres y yo estamos trabajando noche y día por su honor.
¿Honor? ¿Qué eres, un muchacho? Jovencito sin vergüenza. ¿Qué diablos este cabrón?
That's the man who helped us defeat Reyes. The man I spoke to you of. Frente a Mexico.
Hello, sir.
Hola, gringo. So you are the bounty hunter, huh? Have you found your prey yet?
No, sir.
Perhaps you come to hunt me, huh? Your country loves to make trouble in mine.
Perhaps, but it isn't so.
Pseudo survival, kind of a bin on a planet. Try to make your way home. Interesting. Let's take a peek-a-rooney.
Then see what you say.
I'd say the same thing. I'm here to bring 2 men to justice. Nothing more. Your politics or ideas of entertainment are not my concern.
Yeah, I suppose not. Pero son tuyos. Sinceramente, espero que me encontraste alguna compañía más interesante que esa
Okay, hold on
bruja
a second.
que-
Why am I in Mexico again? I remember we got the machine gun. Wait, who am I? I'm looking for somebody in Mexico who knows Bill Williamson, or am I looking for somebody in Mexico who knows somebody else? I've actually forgotten because it's been like over a week. Hi, Mark. You think I'd enjoy it? Yeah, I feel like it didn't pop out to me, but I wish that they, I don't know, did a better job of tagging games, I guess. Because sometimes if the cover doesn't really, like, look anything. To get those two guys, I thought. Hi, Dave. Oh, Dave, I'm glad you're here. Dave, why am I in Mexico again? I'm looking for Javier Escuela. But why am I looking for Javier again? I've forgotten.
Me traíste anoche.
Kick
Let
ass
me
and
ask
chew
you this,
bubblegum, and we
sir.
are out of
You know
ass
anything
and
of the men I'm looking
bubblegum.
for?
Escuela is from this province. His,
He's a member
father
of my
was a
gang. So
borracho,
does he know Bill?
drunk, who worked as a laborer on land cultivated by my uncle. Men like that are natural allies for Reyes. My
Reyes.
people have lived and worked here for 100 years. We brought civilization.
Hi, driver. How are you?
These fucking monkeys despise us. We brought them God. And they turned their back on us.
Hungry?
Now I
I'm
fight
kinda
to help
hungry
them from
too, but it's
themselves,
okay.
to save them from themselves. I see in their faces that they would kill me if they could. They see only a tyrant. That is the way it is.
Okay.
These people need a ruler.
Got to cook what you're making.
Sorry to hear that.
Sorry.
It's very
Why are you
quiet.
so-
Is it me? How come I can't turn my volume up? I can't minimize this to turn my volume up. That sucks.
It
It's
is
very,
a way
very
of
quiet.
mankind, a fight between two forces.
Rice, black
Que
beans,
será,
tuna
será.
steak.
What
Rice
will
and black
be,
beans sounds
will
really good
be.
right now. Go get some
I
Sonic.
know one
That's
thing,
so
Senor
mean.
Marston. Force, force, must be used if you're to have your own way.
I'm sure.
Now, perhaps you can do me a favor while I find these men for you.
After we find the men, then I'll help in any way I can.
You are in no position to negotiate. Now, por favor, a bunch of these idiots men are fighting at Tesoro Azul. Now you head there and you lend your support. Baboso, ¿cuántas veces voy a decirte? No ponga detrás de mí. ¿Qué eres, cabrón? No está mi sombra. Vaya.
I sent some men ahead. We will meet them there.
Okay. Oh, Jeff.
Come on.
Showdown time.
So I finally met your great leader. He certainly lives up to his reputation.
What would you know about leadership?
Only that most
All right.
can't
Since
handle
most of you
power.
guys, since
This is
most
to
of
put it aside power,
my
but
normal
you have
viewers
never
are
had
here.
it yourself.
So
Maybe it is
after
because you have
this,
never been in the
we're gonna
presence
do Red
of a
Dead
strong
2.
man before. I have seen the pictures
And
of
then
your country in the
I want to
newspaper.
do
Men
Last of Us
breeding
2
and
because it
decorating
finally came to
themselves like
PC.
women. Vanity is the legacy the
But-
British left behind.
Look, I don't know the fella. Just saying.
Do
That's
any
how
of
he treats
you
his own
feel
men.
like we
Coronel
should do
Allende
Last of Us
controls any
1
situation
super
he's in
quickly
because
before we
he
do
knows
2?
the situation
Or
can
do
never
you
be
all
allowed
pretty
to
much
control him.
generally know
It
the
is what a
story of
leader must
1?
do. And in case you had not noticed, we're fighting a war.
Because I can do
We're
Last
all
of Us
under a lot of
1
pressure.
in like 20
Pressure to
hours,
find young
easy.
girls.
The Coronel needs recreation like everyone else. He does not have time to
Undead
court
Nightmare?
women.
Oh, I
He's
do have
waging
it's
a
in
war
this.
on
I
ignorance,
have it in this.
And is impatient for victory. He's trying to inspire wisdom in those more stupid than himself. My men left some time ago. We're already late. Come on, let's see if you can write. Do you want
Race?
us to slow down?
Oh, honey.
Let's go.
Have you met Jeff? Have you met my friend Jeff? It's a really fun return to this map. Yeah, I mean, I can stream late tonight because I don't work tomorrow, and then I plan on streaming tomorrow. So I'm hopeful, you know, that we can finish this game. So if we finish the game early enough tomorrow, or even tonight, if I can get, then we could definitely do Undead before the DLC. If my men are dead, all my rebels will die. Okay.
So, I guess we ain't taking any prisoners then.
That's so funny. He wanted to race me like he's never met Jeff before. It's so quiet. Is it quiet for you guys? It's so quiet for me.
Come, let's have some fun.
Well, any of us just word of mouth. I'm down for anything. Yeah, the first one, I can do in like about 20-ish hours, maybe like 22 hours. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I was not expecting. Well, I mean, I was expecting an ambush, but not like literally. Oh my god, John. My aim is better than his aim. Alright, is it C to crouch? No, it's control to crouch. Yeah, control. No way he survived that. Did I just get 3 of them with one shot? There's no way. No brain, no pain. See, bad guy here. How are these guys surviving like literal headshots like that? Wait, are you shooting? Is there someone behind me? Must have just got it. No, that was a straight dome shot. Don't even play. I know he's right here. He needs to stand up. If it's a shotgun, they're too far. It's not a shotgun, was it? No, it wasn't.
In that house over there. Remember, nobody takes them before I end.
Wait, why? I never changed my. That was a shotgun. I've never changed to the shotgun.
No, that's just a bonus.
That's wild.
This village is riddled with rebels.
I've literally never changed it to a shotgun.
There are fire bottles over there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
It is so quiet in
What
my
makes
ears.
you think I'd do that?
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. Vámonos, muchachos. Buen trabajo.
Horseman's. It must have, because I've literally. Yeah, like I've never used this. That's crazy. Jeff's at it again. I know, Jeff. Jeff, you are the best boy, but you know, you gotta knock it off sometimes. What do you want me to do? What? Oh, take fire bottles. Burn one of the rebel hideouts. Aw, sorry guys. RP. Wait, no. What? Oh my gosh. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Oop. Can I just keep throwing? This is fucked up. Can I keep throwing? Jeff wanna— it's serious, fucking Jeff, like seriously. I've never selected that weapon in my life.
You need to relax. Come back to the villa.
I wish I noticed that during the actual fight. And that's funny because I kept being like, damn, why am I not reloading like really well? Complete 20 store missions without switching to a new horse. Let's go, Jeff!
Look out, mister.
Completed 20 story missions without switching to a new horse because Jeff is the champion. Why would I switch to another horse? Well, the reason that it didn't happen last time is because Jeff killed himself by jumping off a mountain. The other guy disrespected him, thinking he could win a race or so. But why would he change my weapon then? Oh, there's people inside this. Everything's on fire. Everything's on fire. Whoa. Jeff, he's our horse. If he can't do it, no one— yay, I fixed it. Wait, no. Go up the ladder. If he can't do it, no one can. Jeff's the best boy. He really is. Just for chaos. Yeah. Alright, I think I've looted. I think I've looted enough. Alright. So is L... who's L? Louisa. I guess we'll do Louisa's quest before we go back and do DeSanta's next part. Jeff's for the streets. Jeff is. He's born on the streets. Hey, I can't— hello? Hello? Let me out! Plenty of game left? No way, you're kidding. Somebody, like, everything I've looked up said it's about like 20 hours if you just like mainline the main quest. So they lie. Jeff the Palomino stirs up chaos in Red Dead, leaving chat totally rally behind their equine hero. Oh, good old Jeffy boy. Good old Jeffy boy. Alright, I need to actually start getting herbs as well. Oh my gosh, guys, do you know what I've been playing? Well, I re-downloaded it last night and I played it all day today before stream. Fucking Battlefront 2. So apparently there's been like a huge resurgence in Battlefront 2, which I used to play a lot on in my PlayStation days. And so apparently they like everyone has been like, let's play Battlefront 2. Maybe like if they see we all still play it, that like they'll make a Battlefront 3 or whatever. Which obviously is silly, but I was like, oh my gosh, that means people are playing again. And so I logged in, obviously, for the first time in like 8 years or some shit. I don't know. They what? They kill your what? What's your fulahades? No, I need to switch my weapon. Shit. Okay. No, I missed. I missed. Okay. Wait, where's the other guy?
Go.
Wait, is he not dead? Oh, he's not dead. Oh, he rolling though. Oh, he rolling though. Okay. Kill or capture the last prisoner. Okay. Gotcha. If it has more players now, wouldn't that make now its peak? I don't know if it has more players now. I don't know if it has more players now than it ever has. Welcome in, Valador, by the way.
Oh, my pleasure.
Oh, I believe it has more players now than its peak. Interesting. I missed that part that Wolfie said. I only played it once because Epic gave it out for free. Yeah, unfortunately, because I used to play it on PlayStation and now it's on PC. It's a brand new, fresh account with like none of my levels, upgrades. I'm not cards. I'm not really sure how you're. I don't have any of my shit that makes me good, so I die in like one hit. But it's actually been really fun getting back into it, and it's just surprising. I was never very good at it. Well, I was, as I've mentioned before, I'm very terrible at shooters on console. So it's been a more positive experience on PC for me, but it's still a little crazy. Wait, are you? I don't know who you are though. No. Are you a coyote or are you a wolf? Well, that was it. Come on. That's totally a shot. I think that's a wolf, actually. Might not be a coyote. It's hard to tell when they're bolting at me. But yeah, I've been playing that today. That's been fun.
You stink.
I got like something like 39 kills as one life in Anakin Skywalker, and I was like, oh wow, this is what it feels like to actually be able to play a hero. I'm donating to local hiking groups because they could be friends for human traffic. I mean, by that mentality, everything could be a front. Stop trying to kill Jacob. That took me half a second to get. I'm not trying to kill Jacob, actually. I'm actually trying to kill some coyotes. I have to kill it. I have to skin and kill 5 coyotes. Are the servers filling up pretty fast? Yeah, I mean, it takes probably 30 seconds for a match, give or take. Like, I was pissed because I queued up and then I went downstairs to get a drink and I came back up and they were like, you have been kicked for being idle for too long. And I was like, shit, like I connected and then went idle? That's crazy. Alright, I have to come back in the morning. And it is 11 p.m. Great. Great. So where can we go in the meantime? Nowhere. $11 p.m. on a Tuesday.
Come on.
Well, gotta find some coyotes. I know the foxes, like, are smaller and they're like a dark red color, but the coyotes are just a different, like a different color gray than the wolves are, see? What you doing, sir? Why are you looking sussy? Oh, you got a donkey! A donkey! Wait a second. Why is this... That's weird. My stream deck, like... Wait, what just happened? Wait, what just happened? Oh my god, did somebody just kill this guy and take his donkey while I was fixing my stream deck?
I need it more than you now.
Oh no! What the hell?
Come on.
Did someone steal this man's donkey? Did the donkey run off? Who's the ass now? I mean, I didn't do anything to him.
Yeah.
What time is it now? Oh my god, it's been like a second. This is crazy. And I'm so far from lodging, I think. Like I would have to go here and then back, which I guess isn't super far. Which I guess isn't terribly far. That's so crazy. I want to know what happened. Did they take his donkey? Wait, what are you? You're a wolf, I think. Alright, whatever. You lucked out because I think you're a wolf. Oh, yeah, that's right! I forget that's a thing! See, this is what happens when I spend too long in between playing games. Yeah, let me go back over here. Well, I guess I'll just go, like, over here-ish. Okay. Do I have the improved one, though, is the real question. I do. Oh, I do. Otherwise, you can place a waypoint in my territory. I just need to, like... Yeah, save. There we go. There we go. There we go. I forgot that was a thing. Wait, leave. Oh, backspace is leave, I guess. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, Jeff, let's go.
Let's go.
Now where? Zip down over here. How the fuck did I get up here? Interesting. Interesting. All right, Luisa. Luisa. Hola, Luisa.
Lo pesa mucho.
Está bien, mamá. Está bien.
Señor Marston. Mamá, papá. Este es el gringo que me salvó.
Muchas gracias. My family is indebted to you. Forgive my English.
He says in perfect English.
Great and terrible things. The revolution is coming. The country will be in turmoil once more. This time, we hope it's the last time.
Does that seem likely?
With Abraham Reyes, anything is possible.
Where's your family going?
These
My
all
parents and my
blankets?
brother
Damn, how
are
many
headed to
blankets
the
do they
hills.
have?
My sister has to flee. The army have an unfortunate way of treating women.
And you?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Marston. I'm living in history. I'm not afraid to die.
Your nobility's almost as affecting as your naivete.
I would rather be dead than a cynic like you, Mr. Marston.
I would too.
I know you're not really like that. You saved me.
Luisa, ¿quién va a salvar a Miranda? Tenemos que llevar al puerto. Su barco sale al anochecer. No queda tiempo.
Mr. Marston, can I ask one more favor of you? Can you take my sister
Hi,
to the docks?
Broseph.
We are sending
Cowboys.
her to work for a kind
Yeehaw.
man in the Yucatan. She's too young for revolution.
I'm in Mexico.
Okay. Anything I can do to help out?
The boat leaves at sundown. Miranda, vamos.
Oh, Dios, Miranda. Ten cuidado. Adiós. Te amo. My brother has given us his stagecoach. They are good horses.
Wait, am I going? Wait, what? Oh, I have to get in the driver's seat. Okay, sorry. Okay. Sorry, Jeff. No, Jeff. Jeff, stay. Jeff, stay. No. Where are you going, John?
Let's go before I change my mind.
Wait, is it? Get to the docks before. Okay. Oh shit! It's overlapping my. It's overlapping my other marker.
Pare!
Murder for a donkey? What? Yeah, I think they killed him for his donkey.
What do they want now? Act normal. It's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, they can hear you probably.
Conozco. Eres un pinche rebelde. ¡Disparen! ¡No le dejen escapar!
Madre de Dios!
No. Jeff! Jeff!
¡No aguanto más!
Jeff! Jeff's gonna get killed! Jeff's gonna get fucking killed, dude! How do I make my horse stop following me?
We will have to find another way.
I don't want Jeff to get killed.
Go! Go! They will kill us!
I think Jeff may have already gotten killed. Running through all that.
The army is everywhere looking for rebels. We need to avoid any checkpoints we see.
No, like, where is Jeff? For real. Broseph is playing Marvel Rivals? What the heck? I thought I was gonna be involved.
Look, senor! More soldiers! Head right! Head right! Hurry!
I swear to God, if my horse is dead, I'm doing this again. Seriously, if Jeff somehow died during that shootout because he was like following the case, or cart, I'm doing it again.
I see more by the train tracks. Go to the right.
I'm trying. This is so hard to
Keep
drive.
going faster, senor. They are still chasing us. Get rid of them.
Go! I'm actually like really nervous about Jeff.
You have to lose them, senor. We must not reveal the location of the boat. Look, straight ahead.
Bro, how do these guys survive some of these shots?
Cielos!
Before sundown. Man, if only they paved these roads, it'd be so much easier. It's a good thing I saved literally right before this, because I won't lose as much progress if we have to reload.
Take this left.
I see it on my map, lady. Right, like I'm just going for a stroll.
Now we are nearly there.
Bruh. People in Mexico can take a lot of shots, apparently. These dudes get hit and shot in the face and they're like, it is only a flesh wound, it's fine.
They are still here.
Okay, cool, we did it. But now, the most important part is I have to check for Jeff.
We made it in time. Thank you for everything. Will I see you when I return?
Not likely. I ain't planning on staying very long.
In some other life, then.
Maybe. You should get going. Travel safely.
All right. Now, here's the most important part, guys. I'm so scared right now.
I'll kill you!
Hey, hey, hey. Oh, thank God. Jeff, you're alive. Oh my God. Thank God, guys. I was so scared that whole time. Yeah, I got one. Yeah, I got it. Alright, so do I have to bring it back to her, or do I just leave it now? I think I can just leave it, right? I don't need to bring the cart back to her? Jeff and I can just fuck off and peace out? Look at that, Jeff. Jeff, I can't believe you lived. Jeff, I'm so glad you lived. When you were running through all those fucking gunshots, I was so scared. You crazy boy.
Come on.
Come on, Jeff. Come on. I'll never find a... Look at that horse. That's pretty. I'll never find another Jeff. He's just so good. Oh, what? Are you being chased by an anteater? Is that what's happening? What does this man want? What is he doing? Do I get him? Do I do it? Do I grab him? Do I do it? What do I do? What do I do with this man?
Go.
What do I do? Come on, let's go. Oh. Here, are you guys hungry? Am I supposed to be helping this man?
Be quiet.
I'll never find another. I just said it was a pretty horse. That's all. Holy shit! All right, wolves. This is insanity right now. These wolves have knocked down these cacti.
Madre de Dios!
Cut free.
Stop squirming.
You're welcome for saving you. You are welcome for saving you. The cart knocked down the... I know. Wanted? For what? For what?
This ain't good.
For why? For what? Wanted for what? Not for murder. Did he just say fucking bueno? No way. Nah, it's fine. They can't prove anything. I didn't attack him, I saved him. I literally saved his life. Didn't you guys see?
Come on.
Literally saved his life. See? Look at, he's alive because of me. Just saying. Just saying. Oh my gosh, look at that floating horse. Look at the horse. Look at the horse in the sky. Oh no, wait, did you guys see it? Did you see it? But exactly, but did you die? You're fine. He's like, he tried to feed me to the wolves, and I'm like, no, I just asked if they were hungry. I didn't imply it was you that they were hungry for. Come on. I'm so paranoid now. I have to save all the time because I'm so... Jeff has died one single time, and I'm like, nope, never again. Never again. Oh, but now it's nighttime, so now I might have to save one more time. Okay, so now it should be morning again. Okay. Whee! Wait, Louisa has another quest? I just finished Louisa's quest. Gaslighting me into attack him and kills things and tells the guy I saved you. What are you talking about? I mean, there's no gaslighting. I literally saved him. Watching you play this got me back into Red Dead 2. I hope I'm doing... I hope I'm doing it justice in my own, like, silly way, you know? Oh, it's almost 7. Okay, we just gotta wait. I have to take a second to read the clock. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. It's almost 7, so we're literally just gonna wait. See, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Touch your toes. Touch your toes, John. He's one nimble man. News around a man starting to hang him and then cutting him loose, saying he owes you because that's... No, that is not an accurate comparison. I lassoed him to save him from running into danger. And then I eliminated the danger.
What's happened? There's no time. Ride with us. Then we'll find the man you seek. Come. There's a convoy waiting for us. Come. We must hurry. Let's go.
My gameplay's a little action packed. A guy in Duck Dynasty died. Oh, that's sad. I don't watch that show.
Santa? Where we
rebels
going?
have taken control of an abandoned fort on the other side of Nuevo Paraíso. Many men. A place called Torquemada. We can
Watching the horse and playing poker. That sounds awesome. I liked hunting in 2 when I played it. Can we like go a little faster? Ooh. Wait. Sorry, Jeff. See you later.
Captain Espinosa already has men there. We must get to him before he tries anything stupid.
Going to the back country. Yeah, like I loved when I got the bow and I could just do like perfect kills and sell the pelts and stuff. I had so much money. That's kind of what I'm excited for. But I don't want to do a bunch of that on stream because I feel like that's when I kind of started to get so far off like the story of 2 because I was like, I've just been hunting for 2 weeks straight and I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But it's okay. We'll get to 2. Look at there. Oh, he's not talking to me? Okay, fine. I thought he was gonna talk to me this time.
Aston, wake up. We're almost there.
Well, there's like rewards for like collectibles and stuff in 2, which there's not in 1.
Rebels, hold them off.
Holy shit. I can't. This guy's head's in the fucking way. Why is this going so slow motion?
Mierda! They're behind us!
Oh no, there are horses. Oh, he's on our side. Okay. Is this guy? Oh.
Let's see what mess that idiot.
So much easy.
See that deranged captain?
You don't shoot dudes in the dick.
Is he leading
Well,
this attack?
it was kind of a quick reaction. So.
Anything.
I thought you was the same rank.
Got 100? That's awesome. Good job.
That is all. I'm in charge here. Follow me.
Follow
We'll
me.
leave the wagon here.
Okay.
¿Y dónde carajo están los otros que necesitamos? ¡Nos van a masacrar con estos pocos!
La verdad es que tú y tus hombres se habían encargado. Nos atacaron. Ten cuidado con ese tono de voz.
Master, come on. Ignore the stupid. Shut your mouth off his boy. Gringo. Take that sniper rifle over there. We have man's work to do.
It is so quiet for me. Hold on a second, guys. I need to, it's so quiet. I need to see what I can fix. Hold on. All right, well, the only other thing I can do is turn up the volume on my actual gaming PC, but for whatever reason, Red Dead is literally blocking out my, like, windows. So, like, see how I can Alt-Tab? But normally if you just, like, hit the Windows button, the Windows comes up, even if you're in a game. But apparently not in Red Dead. It quite literally blocks that option, so I'm not sure. Where is he? He's above, but where? Oh, up there. I do. It's on my streaming PC. But it's not... helped a little bit, but it's not too much, honestly.
Stop doing that!
Come on, I shot him. Get the scoped rifle he was pointing me at? What? Oh, I wasn't paying attention because I was trying to fix my audio. Damn. Was that the one too? The rolling block rifle? Oh! Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Okay, oh, I can't. It moves so sensitive. Okay. Okay. Holy sensitivity. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Whew. I was not I like looked down. I was not expecting that. Alright, where's this last guy? Oh, he's over here. Come on.
Vamos!
Come on.
Shoot them!
I will when he stands up. Come on. Oh my gosh. Okay, now he stands up.
Move forward into the valley.
There's so much loot.
All right,
I know.
let's
There's so
see.
much. I know, but there's so much loot. There's so much loot. Oh my god. I have to be so fast. I have to be so fast. I have to be so fast. Oh my god, there's so much loot I'm missing. Guess I should make dinner. Yes, also make some dinner for me, please. I can see him, but I can't fucking aim with this shit. Move the army to the road. There's so much loot.
What have you got for me?
If I could just like do like the running loot thing that I can do sometimes, it'd be so much easier. No, get this guy. Stop. Loot this man. Okay, fine. I'm going so fast. I'm going so fast.
That's too damn close.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it's this. Can I like make the scope less scopey?
Have a strap. Kill the sniper.
Kill the sniper. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, you guys did that. Amazing. I have to like see them first before I can aim. Oh, he's got a Molotov. Oops. Okay. It's too scopey. Oof. John, come on. That was so ridiculous. Oh, just loot so much faster. Loot so much faster.
Sorry about this, partner.
Dispense with the rebels. Wow. It's a fancy way of saying kill the rebels. What am I getting stuck on? Come on.
Kill them, gringo.
Oh my gosh. Okay, good. I would rather use a rig. Oh my god, John! Are they running?
This is what you call outnumbered. Come on now! Stop that!
Where is he? There he is. Holy shit. Holy shit, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. This is amazing. Wish John's movements were just a little bit more fluid. But, I mean, I'm asking a lot for a 15-year-old game. Okay, I gotta loot so fast. I am stuck on a dead body.
The name is John Marston, gentlemen, but I'm afraid you're dead.
La victoria es nuestra,
Not recommended in every situation, but it probably looks cool as
You
hell.
best shoot me now or this is over!
Meet de Santa. Okay, that's fun. Can I loot after that, I hope?
Lo que sea, mujer. Amigo, ¿qué pasa?
That was fun.
Like you deserves fine women and wine. The best pleasures earth can give a man.
I need some information, DeSanta.
Hold on. I have to fix my
All in
shorts.
good time. My man and I will
They've
finish our
like
business here and we
somehow
can talk back
twisted and they're
escalator.
not straight on me.
The next time I see you, I need some answers, Captain.
Go get drunk, go get a woman! Enjoy life! It's a beautiful struggle!
Alright, can I loot? No, you're probably gonna move me somewhere. Jeff! Guys. Don't be scurrying Jeff like that.
Can I borrow this?
Kicking indoors? What? That sounds so cool. Honestly, I hate to say it because it's not like 100% true in the sense, but I'm a little bit less invested in this one because I know that there's just a little bit less to do in the overworld than there is to do in 2. So I'm kind of trying to just mainline the story. Obviously with some exceptions because I do enjoy it and I do like doing the hunting and stuff like that. Like, obviously, how many more? I think I should have 3 more? Oh, it doesn't tell me. I think that's 3. 3 more. Like, I'm trying to do the challenges and stuff. Like, I'm trying to do side stuff, but I'm really trying to go through the story as quickly as possible so I can play the second one. Because I know the second one's a little bit better. Since I've already had a little experience with it. Not to mention, I've put a bunch of hours into online. Alright, we are so far. Holy shit. Alright, so if I put my camp down, I can fast travel to where? Chuparosa, probably? Need a better spot. You can only camp near an expanse of flat ground away from roads and water. Okay. That's... how is this not flat ground away from roads and water? Is this because it's... like, technically part of a thing? Because it's technically part of a... or is this technically part of a road? Whatever. Come on, Jeff. Get a lot better? Yeah, for sure.
Let's go.
Off the hill, yeah, it's okay. We'll move. Really? You went between these 2 rocks and then you chose to go inside this rock instead? No! Don't tell Jeff to jump. That's how he died last time! Alright, how do I get down? Oh, over here. That one was on me because I was looking at where to go, but I still can't believe that. Excuse me. Alright. We are kind of almost on the road back. What's over? Is there anything over here?
Yeah.
No? Doesn't look like it? Mm-mm. Okay. Let's go over here and camp. This should be nice and... this is nice and flat, right? Is this road? That's not road. Well, that's road, but this isn't road. Let's see. Nope. No, that was the wrong one. Really? And then you get out of the menu? Go. Travel destination. Okay. Oh, Escalera, Chuparosa. Where did I say I needed to go? Chuparosa, right? Shit. Did I say... okay, did I say I needed to go to Chuparosa, chat? I'm gonna do it. I think so. You did mention it. I'm hoping... yeah, Chuparosa. Okay. I just couldn't remember if it was Chuparosa or a different town, but it was. Chupacabra. Chupacabra. Wait. Oh no, I should just go because I can always rest if I need to. I also I need to start getting these too. For that other quest. What? What?
This looks like the one.
Hoomst. Hoomst. I don't think so. I don't think so. Just trying to pick some flowers. You can't catch Jeff. You can't catch Jeff. I saved that man from the wolves. Just saying.
Let's go.
I saved him. It's kind of bold. Ooh, let's get that flower too. If I get off my horse and get this flower, you guys gonna arrest me? Yeah, that's what it said, that they sent bounty hunters after me.
Perfect.
Which was whatever. Bullshit. I'm already in Mexico.
Yeah.
I am in Mexico. It's true. I also liked the cooking in 2. Where you could put like the different herbs with like the different meats and stuff. Are you wolves? Yeah, you're wolves. Okay. Hello. Hello. What do I do? What do I do? Oh no. Why? Why? I was killing the wolves. I was helping all of you guys. Don't kill Jeff. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't kill Jeff. Don't do it. No, I don't want your... Actually, your horse is kind of cool. No, I don't want your horse. I want your shit.
Sorry about this, partner.
Save the rebel or help the soldiers. I just don't know, like... I can't make the decision so quickly. I'm always so confused. Especially when I'm in Mexico because I don't understand Spanish. So they'll say things that I'm like, I don't know. I'm doing both in the story. Oh my gosh. Am I a traitor? Am I a two-faced traitor? Hi, Jeff. My beautiful, beautiful boy. Get this ammo right here, too. I keep hearing... like wolves or something. Like I keep hearing like the growling. But I don't see the actual animals. Well, yeah, like obviously there's like, you know, if the soldiers are trying to shoot somebody. Oh no.
Mr. Marston.
What's wrong, Louisa?
I don't wait for myself, but for my country. Abraham Reyes has been captured.
He has?
He was coming to meet me at Roca Madera. He's a very romantic.
Who is the voice? Did I look this up already? Who's the voice of John?
And he was ambushed by patrol. My heart is breaking, but I cry for Mexico.
Where's he being held?
El Presidio. You know, in our hearts we are married already.
Oh, I did look it up. I don't know who this dude is.
How could they? When I'm little more than a peasant girl. But that's what makes Abraham the man he is. He doesn't care for their bourgeois, snobbery, or elitism. He sees the real me. The woman.
I'm sure.
I'm going to go and rescue him or die trying.
Oh, whoa. I don't think that's such a good idea. Ride with me to near the jail. We'll figure out how to rescue him.
Mr. Marston, you're truly a friend of this land.
So everyone keeps informing me.
Mr. Marston.
Oh, we're walking. Okay. Okay. My cookie is like falling apart. I'm trying to eat it. Alright, is she gonna talk to me? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Kind of cookie. So it's...
We are almost there.
It's from a cookie place nearby.
I feel it.
It's a cookie. It's 2 cookies with frosting in between them, so it's like a little cookie sandwich. But they're just sugar cookies, but they happen to be just falling apart.
El Presidio. There it is. You have to
It
find
is pretty
the way
good, yeah.
in.
I'll do my best.
If it wasn't falling apart, it'd be great.
Wall. You should be able
It's
to
all over the
scramble
place.
over it. Hurry, but please be careful. There are guards everywhere. If they see you, they will kill you both.
Well,
Okay.
if he's alive, I'll try to make sure he stays that way.
I have some friends waiting for me near the rift. Bring Abraham there. Good luck. You can
Okay, find a way in. Ah!
God on your side.
No,
Good
John.
luck. Que Dios te proteja.
John, go this way. Oh, it's right there. See it? No, go. Stop. Get into sniping position. Really? I have no ammo in it though. Oh, I have 3 shots. Okay, so maybe not. All right, so how do I? Oh, there it is. Springfield, Winchester, and I guess the Winchester is probably still the best one. Okay. Viva la revolution! Oh, there's a thing here. Right, Gib. All right, what was that? What was that? Was that just ammo? Oh, it was just ammo for this. Okay. Okay, who am I taking out? I can't see shit. Alright, who am I taking out? I can't see. Stop, hold on. Who am I taking out? Just the one dude? The executioner. But I don't know who that is. I don't know who any of that is. I just blew up the TNT because I don't know I don't know who that is. So it says the executioner, but I can't see who that is. Is that guy? Is that this guy? This guy. Oh, I see him now. Alright, now I'm just gonna start blowing shit up. I died. Okay. I know who it is now. From back here, I couldn't tell that was 2 different guys. And when I was looking for somebody like speaking. You know what I mean? Okay, so now I want to change to this. Alright, can I... Like, will he die if I, like, fuck off and do it this way now? Bruh. Why suddenly is everyone so good at shooting? Okay. So let's get this guy. Okay, now I can do this. No, you're not gonna let me tag? Okay, cool. What? No. Oh my god. I couldn't tag anybody for some reason.
Christ alive!
Wait, how come it's not... My, like, health... Oh, now it went up? Okay, sure, I guess. Nobody's been able to shoot the whole game, and now suddenly everyone has, like, precision shooting. Okay, who's next? You? You? Oops. Just like blowing stuff up, honestly, it's fun. Hello, Reyes. I hope you enjoyed the show.
What can I say, partner?
Now that you didn't die because somebody shot you because I didn't know who to kill.
Hurry, my friend, set me free.
Hurry, my friend, set me free. Why did I just did Indian? That was not what I meant to do. Instead of going friend, I went friend. An office chair or a gaming chair? Honestly, I would get an office chair. I feel like office chairs are just meant for longer periods of time than a gaming chair is. And I have a secret lab chair here at home, as you guys know, that I'm sitting in. And I have a secret lab chair at my desk. And for some reason, the one at my desk is worlds more comfortable than this one, and I don't know why.
The girl you're marrying.
Oh, yes. Such a devoted thing. El amor de mi vida.
I remember this.
Now get us a horse, my friend. I am in no
I
condition to
remember
ride
this.
myself.
He, like, doesn't give a fuck about her, and he, like, has, like, a bajillion wives and stuff, doesn't he? Is this guy? Let's do this one. Hopefully, do you have better stamina? Do you have better stamina?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you can't walk over here? Hello?
Vamos, let's hurry to Louisa.
Motherfucker can't walk 20 feet over here. Where's Jeff? Jeff is safe. Remember, I left Jeff. Vamos. Yeah, I left Jeff somewhere safe so that I could do this. And I rode with Louisa. I hate when it goes like super slow motion because now it's like, this is ridiculous.
Next.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh wait! Oh no, sir! Sir, wait! Wait! Okay. Yeah, when Jeff's not here, everyone else should be like, where's Jeff? I feel like not even everyone else in the game, I just feel like everybody should always be like, where's Jeff? Like, chat needs to be concerned about Jeff's whereabouts at all times. Ooh, he blended into the bush. Come on, stay with the guide.
Viva Reyes! Viva la revolución! Come on. Hey, what is your name, my friend?
John Marston.
John Marston.
The American who was working for Allende.
I ain't working for nobody. I'm here because Louisa asked for my help.
As I thought you were a friend of Allende's, I was planning on putting a bullet in your back.
Well, try to resist the urge.
Yeah, please don't shoot me.
Yeah. How do you know my young lover, Laura?
It's Louisa.
Louisa.
I saved her life not so long back.
I will not forget this, compadre. You will be rewarded. Money, women.
Oh no.
Luisa,
Go, dude, I don't know where to
I'm here
go.
for 2 men, and that's it.
You have been spending too much time with Captain De Santa.
Very funny. Not like that. I'll explain later.
I am free again. I will write a poem about these days.
This is from a man who was tied to a post with a gun in his face a few minutes ago.
I wish I could see Allende's face when he finds out that I defeated
So
100
true.
of his men.
All you've done is get on the back
It's a
of this
shame that
horse,
this
my
isn't
friend,
choice-based,
and you barely managed
because
that.
I would let him die and I'd go back to Louisa and be like, oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy.
There she is. I remember her now. Mi amiga.
Abraham, Mr. Marston,
Oi!
the revolution will live on thanks to you.
Yes, indeed, John. You are as a brother to me. And my people need a man such as you to help our cause. My ranch is in Agave Viejo, and let me say, my brother,
Agave Viejo.
that we await you.
Well, best of luck to both of you, but I need to find 2 men so I can return to America.
No problem. I will help you find those men. And in return, you will win a people her freedom.
Viva Mexico!
¿A dónde tú vas, bella?
What did he say?
Vente conmigo.
Because she went to go hug him.
Sabes que en esta luz puedo ver el fuego en tus ojos. Laura, dame la fuerza para luchar.
Man, I just wish there was a translate option in the subtitles. Alright. Where am I? Okay. So DeSanta is the next one we got. Can I go to Escalera? Let's see. That. Let's see. So this is technically a road. No.
Goddamn crazy dog!
No. 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 You guys aren't even coyotes, which I need.
Oh, Lord. This is nasty.
Gotta be submerged. It's true because like John doesn't speak Spanish, so clearly.
Lie still.
See, I think the last time I played, I got as far as to the point where really where I needed to go north and I couldn't go north quite yet. So whoever said there's 20 hours to this game, really? Yeah. Oh, come on. If this wolf comes back while I'm skinning.
What were you eating?
Beautiful. Can I show you? Sure. Yeah, you said like if you put your horse like over it or whatever.
Ah, here we are.
Where is it? I hear it. What's going on? Alright, can I put my camp here though? Yeah. Okay, travel to Escalera. Doesn't work for herb collecting, unfortunately. Gross. Gross. Okay. Okay, let's see. What can we do in Escalera? Hasta la vista. Alright, let's top off our ammo. Okay. Save. Cauliflower wings. I actually like cauliflower. I just feel like when people substitute stuff with cauliflower, they're not honest about it. And that's the part that pisses me off. So they're like, it's chicken wings. It's like, no, it's not. Like, my mom used to do that. She'd be like, it's mac and cheese. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, it's cauliflower and cheese, which is fine because I like cauliflower. But when I'm expecting macaroni and I bite into it and it's not macaroni textured. What?
He stole my horse. Please.
Return the horse. Where's the horse? Wow, he's so far. I'm not gonna make it because this guy's on a horse and I'm not. Yeah. There's no way. And I don't want to get... Jeff will never make it by now. Yeah. I know. It's okay, buddy. You tried.
Come on.
It's okay, buddy. You did the best you could.
Easy.
Rice, cauliflower. I can't enter. That's crazy that I can't enter on my horse. Alright. Goodbye, Jafe. 7 and 6. What the fuck time is it? Oh, it's 6 a.m.? ¿Cómo está? Alright, I guess we wait again. Easy way to get veggies in the kid. Makes sense.
Step, partner.
I watch a lot of hot wings, hot ones on YouTube. And it's just funny whenever, like, people are like, these are my veggie hot wings. I'm like, they're not even chicken wings. She's not, oh, that's good. She's not bad about her veggies. No, I do not. I can't. Listen, I am so white and so Irish. Salsa, like mild ass salsa, is too spicy for me. Like, I can't do sriracha. I can't do like those like hot pepper flakes that people put on like their pizza. I don't know what it is. I might just be like super sensitive to whatever. What is it in pepper that makes it salt, that makes it hot? Why am I capsaicin, yeah. So don't eat your potato salad at the barbecue. I don't cook for that exact reason. That's not necessarily true. I did used to cook a lot, but I don't cook as much anymore. And you know what's really funny is that I think I've told this story before, but for those who don't know, I dated a Puerto Rican for like 5 years. So like I know how to spice my food. I know how to cook my food and put seasoning into it. But for me personally, I would always have to put something like on it to counter it. Like if it was spicy, like I would have to put like some sort of sour cream or something. Like I can do queso, you know, like even though queso's a little spicy, but it's because like the cheese kind of counters it a little bit. No, not hot sauce and potato salad, just saying like, you know. I'm literally just doing this because I'm waiting for my quest to be available, which should be any minute. It's just a joke. Like, people don't season their food. John is like, look at that. He can touch his toes and stuff. That's crazy. Yeah. Sometimes it's not a joke. Yeah. Like, I saw, oh my god, I saw this thing. Ugh, I don't even want to talk, I don't even want to think about it. I saw this thing on TikTok about this girl. She put everything into mason jars, like airtight mason jars. And then she put it into the dishwasher, and then like she like ran the dishwasher when she was like doing her dishes. And so it like boiled her pasta, and it cooked her fucking nasty ass, bland ass, white fucking chicken. That chicken came out like gray. Ugh. Wing sauce in my eggs sometimes. Oh my gosh, it's literally almost 7. Yeah, and I was like, who thought that was a good idea? Yay.
Ándeles lindas y patrióticas. Dale, que ustedes son putas y lo saben.
Por favor, no me obligas.
Oh, mi amor, nadie te está obligando a hacer nada. Solamente quiero que animes al hombre que va a salvar a tu padre. ¿Tú quieres a tu padre, cierto que sí, linda? Huh?
What's going on here, Captain DeSanta?
Just a little recruitment. Nothing for you to be concerned about.
You boys using women soldiers now?
Our costumes are none of your concern.
Apparently not.
Santo mariconcito, me encontraste algunas chicas. Ay, mamacita, ¿dónde has estado toda mi vida? Ven, mujeres. Ay, me gusta.
These two patriots were keen to make your acquaintance, the Coronel.
Fantastic. I love patriots. Hey, Sergeant Marston, you here to fight the war? And we shall make a patriot of you yet.
I hope so.
Spicy.
You were those men?
Oh, yes. I heard they were riding with Reyes. I wanted to talk to you about it. De Santo, hable con él. Tell him what I wanted, huh?
His Excellency, El Coronel, would like to employ you in escorting a train down rebel country. The job is dangerous, but you'll have the honor of...
Another patriot?
Of knowing that you served Mexico in her fight against forces.
What is this guy? Who is this
What
guy?
you offering?
20,000 pesos. And
Is this the
information as to
bartender guy?
whereabouts of Javier Escuella.
Okay, then.
Mexico loves you, Mr. Martin.
She has a
But
funny
he
way
looks
of
like the
showing.
bartender guy who was giving me eyes. Yeah, look, he's got the way. It is. It is. It's the he's got the apron on. It's the bartender barkeep. Are you saying they'll look? No, that guy was the same guy. Anything in the dishwasher? Well, the dishwasher does get hot enough, but it was the fact that like she just boiled a chicken breast in water with no seasoning or anything.
Pleasure to see such a noble patriot at work.
Your sarcasm is childish and pathetic. This is an important assignment. Our orders are to deliver these munitions to Chuparosa. It will help to finally crush the rebels.
I hate to break it to you, Captain, but I think you're gonna need a lot more than this.
I know. Most of the supplies are already in Chuparosa. We will deliver them all by train to our base camp in Diez Coronas. Our forces are close to establishing
I don't know if you guys
control
heard
of
that, but that
region.
felt amazing. I'm afraid to skip.
Why didn't DeSanta
Yeah.
come with us?
Why do you think? Because he is hardly a soldier. I'm sure he has other important business, like mailing letters and sweeping floors and flirting with barmen.
Like the pasta noodles, like maybe I could understand. Like I've taken shortcut pasta noodles in the microwave before.
He knows less than nothing on how to lead men.
Yet he's the colonel's second in command.
That is a good job. You are a funny man, gringo. De Santa licks the colonel's boots and plays with his waiter friend. That is all. I am Allende's brazo derecho, his right arm. I am one of the few men he respects.
Is that right? You and him have something special, do you?
The colonel needs a maid, a woman he cannot fuck. De Santa is that woman.
Oh?
The Battle at Torquemada was hard, but Tesoro de Azul, now that was some fun. Am I right, gringo?
Fun? Burning people
Grilled cheese with a
homes,
blowtorch?
killing
That sounds fun,
innocent
actually.
people. That's your idea of fun?
A woman picks up a rifle, and a child picks up a rifle, they become soldiers. Those are the rules of war.
They ain't my rules.
So you would allow a woman to shoot you? That makes you an idiot, not a gentleman. Does it seem quiet to you?
I don't know. You tell me.
We have not seen a single rebel yet.
I'd say that's a good thing, wouldn't you?
Estos decretos son del gobierno mexicano. ¡Rebeldes! ¡Mátenlos!
Shit. Alright, bro, let's go faster. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I remember really enjoying the cooking too. Because you could like mix the herbs with the different animals. Which I thought was really cool. And they did different stuff, gave you different buffs. I thought it was cool. Wait, is that my health or is that my like snake buff? My snake eyes.
Doesn't feel right to me.
I'm hungry.
We're on our way to escort a train through rebel-held country. An ambush feels about right to me.
¡Soldado! ¿Quién eres? ¿Cuál escuadrón?
Somos nuevos reclutas, capitán. Es nuestra primera asignación.
I knew I had not seen these men before. They are new recruits.
New recruits.
Escalera. People have been talking about the rebels planning a large attack. If these supplies are so
Can
important,
gain, lose, but that's cool.
why have we been given so few soldiers?
Don't ask me. You're the captain. I thought you were supposed to be fearless.
I am fearless, but not brainless. There is something wrong. I feel it.
Maybe you just need to take a piss or something.
The colonel told me that the Santa had praised my actions at Torquemada and called me a hero. He asked for me to be given this important assignment.
Maybe you just need to take a piss or something. The way he said that was so funny.
Doesn't everybody hate you?
Maybe we should turn back or... More
Oh god, it was his infliction that made me laugh so hard. Take a piss. I don't see the third guy. There he is. He's not dead somehow. Pragmatic problem solver.
Is that our train?
Yes, it seems to be on schedule. At least one thing is going right for us.
I agree. We ain't off to a good start.
You shoot well, Gringo. Tell me something. What is your weapon of choice?
What do you mean?
Come, my friend. Your belt is full of weapons. Which is your favorite for attacking a man? We are close to
Why are we
Chuparosa
going
now.
so...
I still have a bad feeling about
so
this.
slow?
Tell me, why are you here? What did they promise?
20,000 pesos in Javier Escuela.
That is a lot of promises.
Do you know where Escuela is?
Escuela?
To tell you that before you have fulfilled your obligations.
Oh, that's
Do
why.
not take
My
me for a
earring's
fool.
upside down. I was
I'm
like, why
giving
does
you
my
no
thing feel
reason
like it's
not
not
to
fitting?
trust me.
You must understand why we are suspicious of
There we
you.
go.
Most American vigilantes come here to help the rebels. It is strange you have chosen to work for the army.
I'm not working for you. How many times do I have to say this?
Call it what you want, gringo. We are exchanging favors then.
I don't know.
I haven't seen many favors come my way yet.
Abraham Reyes is trying hard to recruit gringos to fight for him. His propaganda is everywhere. He promises women, gold, and, of course, income. Money and a chance to interfere in business that is not your own. How can any American resist?
Oh wow,
I've
rude.
done everything you've asked of me. If Belinde doesn't give me Escuela and Williamson after this, I think it's best I go ask the rebels directly.
Big, I know, big America themes. America sticking their nose where it doesn't belong? Never.
Here we are.
Show me any example in history where America stuck their nose where it didn't belong. I'll wait. Why do we go so slow? Come on. Oh, are we getting? Oh, wait. I kind of remember this one, right? Yeah, don't I have to get on the gun?
I do not think we have seen the last of the rebels. New recruits can't win a fight like this.
Wait, well, I'm playing both sides.
Soldier here, Captain.
Do not question me, gringo. Just do as I say.
Like, Luisa is clearly a rebel. And this is the army, so I'm playing both sides, huh?
I hope you know how to use that gun.
Yeah,
Can't be that hard.
shoot.
Just point, pull the trigger.
For you.
Exactly,
we will all be
John.
killed.
Don't worry, Captain. I've used one of these before. For a cold-hearted killer, you're an anxious son of a bitch, ain't you?
We have already been...
if I just-
carajo estás haciendo?
They just
I
stop
think it is
talking
right
if you
to be
point at them.
Yeah, well, I wasn't
kinda
exactly
funny.
expecting a pleasant picnic by the seaside myself.
The game won't even let me shoot at you anyway, so chill. North Carolina. Who's part of the regional folk music tradition? Oh, nice.
Look! Do you see the...
Do you see them? Sorry, horses. I'm sorry, horses.
They best give me a square after this, I'm telling you.
Back! Keep them away from the secret. If they kill the engineers, we will burn others. They are too close to the engineer. Do something.
Oh my god, so many horses are dying. Oh, horse, be free! Can I snake eye with this? No. Okay. I know that's not what it's called, but I'm just gonna call it that anyway.
We are nearing the town.
Rhiannon Giddens and the Carolina Chocolate Drops. That's a name right there. Oh shit. Hoomst. 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 Where's this motherfucker? Okay. Man, these are the best kinds of missions. I'm getting so much better at making sure the horses don't die as I just killed one. Ooh. Oh, he's stuck. Oh my god, he's stuck. Oh, that was so funny. He was stuck to the horse. He was dead, but he was stuck to the horse, and it was very funny. Get out of here. Who do you think you is? On my train? On my train? Dude, that guy just ran straight into the train. How? How are these guys surviving getting shot like so many times in the face? I'm kind of glad I'm not doing this on a controller because I feel like the rumble would give me like a carpal tunnel. Where is he? This is crazy. How many of you have to die? And the horse are running. Exactly. Don't fuck with me, guys. I'll kill you and your pretty horse too. Are they gonna come over here? Are they gonna try to? No. I'm a big girl. I do murders. I know I keep saying it. I need to redo my raid video, but I just feel like all the really good stuff is all the really, really good stuff is old. I'm just not funny anymore. Or the problem is that I'm like Dane Cook and I just recycle all of my jokes.
At the top of the hill. That was madness. You did well, compadre. Very well. Whatever I can promise you in return, you have earned it.
I don't think the Santa expected us to come back from this.
Did you want to kill him, or should I?
No. Until I find Escuela, he's more used to me alive.
Are you dating a way younger man? No. Am I supposed to get off?
Here we are. Thank God. We are
Then you aren't like Dane Cook. No, I just meant like because he recycles all of his jokes.
Senor Barstow, thank you for your efforts. The escort was a success.
At least some of your men survived.
I didn't think to survive myself. My whole life I have dreamed of a glorious death.
Raid messages. That's another thing. I don't think my raid message is very good.
These socialist pigs cannot be allowed to win.
But thematically, yes, it does fit with the theme. You know, space, poop, and cheese. Alright, is there anything in this camp for me to loot? No. No. Alright. Oh, there's some wolves, though. Shot that wolf in the... What? Get out! I shot the wolf! That's bullshit. 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 Yeah, I gotta go buy a hooker her freedom. It's because I took my guns out in front of them, I guess. I don't know what happened. I shot the wolves and they just lost their minds. Are they not gonna chase me? They are chasing me? Suddenly fight. I know, I guess so. I guess so. Hi, Digital Cow. Welcome in. Oh, they are gonna chase me. Okay. How much more can we make our bounty tonight? Let's see. How are you still alive? Pull out your... My gun. My gun. Don't be a silly goose. Holy shoot. Are they still shooting me? Bro. I know, my beautiful reputation. It's okay, I'll get it back up. Jeff? Jeff? See? It's fine. It's fine. We got bills to pay. We got a hooker to buy! Yeah, I guess I should go do that, huh? Oh wait, what are you guys doing? Hello? Hello?
Come on.
It's fine. They were chasing that other guy. I just helped him out. Alright, is this a good camping spot? Let's see. That's the wrong button. Okay. Can we camp here? Are you gonna let me? Yeah. Alright, where... Oh, Jeff. Where do I have to go? Where is she again? Hold on, I have to look where she is first. Ava in peril. Las Hermanas. Okay. Las Hermanas. Okay. Oh, it's night. Wonderful. Yeah. Dishwasher salmon. Beautiful. Alright. Where is Lady? Lady! Hola! Wait, where's Lady? Does it need to be a different time? I just knocked that lady over on accident. Hello? Excuse me.
Forgive me, miss. I ain't all there today.
I ain't all there today. Yes, we are, John. Don't apologize for anything. They will pray for you. Wait, no. Who saw me? Bullshit. 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 What is that shit? What is that shit? Come here, motherfucker. Hey. Hey. Hey! That was bullshit. Tie him up? No, because last time I did that, they didn't count it as a rescue, and some very confused people were upset with me. How do I get out of here? Excuse me. Pardon. Wait, that's French. Excusez. How do I... I'm just jumping. I don't know how to get out of the nun place. Wait, is it only during the daytime? Like, what's going on? It's not a... I'm not in town. Do you see? I'm clearly not in town. I'm clearly out of town. What they in claw? No, isn't it a, I've heard convent, yeah. I was like, people make jokes about it all the time. No, I can't think of it. I know, brain. I was like, yeah. I was like, people would talk about it all the time. I'm gonna run away and join a convent, and I couldn't think of it. Alright, save to make it morning, please. Save to make it morning. Must a savior die? I am going to go piss girl. So everyone go stretch your legs, go refill your water, all that stuff. I'm gonna go piss girl and I'll be right back. So here's a nice little scene for you. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. Everybody, hope you got your drinkies and you stretched your legs. Okay. All right, so did we... Oh, did I waste time? Because now it's what? It's like 2 a.m. now, right? So we'll save again. The next game is on. Oh yeah, I'm sure that people are real into sports in New York.
Intake immediately.
Thank you. Okay. There we go. Hold on a second. If I move my stream deck here. Wait, why? Wait, why? Just trying to buy a hooker. Like, since when is that illegal? Since when is that illegal? Oh, Jeff! Jeff, come here, Jeff. It's not safe for you, Jeff. Jeff, it's not safe for you. Okay, I died, but Jeff is fine. I died, but Jeff is fine. No, I didn't get a unicorn slushie today. I'm sorry. What? I end up in jail when I die? That's some bullshit. Should have paid my bills? Well, I was rescuing that man.
A word in your ear, old boy.
I was rescuing that man.
Excuse me, sir.
This is all because of that man.
You are an American, are you not?
Last time I checked.
Oh, thank
Bullshit.
God, sir. Thank
Bullshit.
God. I have had it up to here with Dagos, up to here. Savages. Well, I do what I can to help. But this land was imagined by an angry god for an angry people.
Well,
Oh yeah, I
America
did
ain't
have my
exactly
gun in
peace and
jail.
Paradise, mister.
Well, I tried, but...
Why did I have my
you
gun
lot
in
trying
jail?
to speak bloody English. This bloody lot. My God, if I'd wanted to speak Spanish, I'd have gone to Spain.
You're in Mexico,
Good
motherfucker.
question. Well, you know, business, I suppose. Devil making work for idle hands, what? Now listen, friend. If you were to go west to Nosalida, I'd give you a reward for picking up a package of mine from the docks. There's some fighting broken out there. It seems like it's more your kind of thing.
Why would I want to do something like that?
Oh, you Americans are all the same, obsessed with bloody money. Well, I will pay you, sir. I will give you a buck. Name's Tollitz, sir. Uriah Tollitz. They'll know of me in Nosalida.
How much?
Plenty, sir, plenty. You will take it and give it to the foreman of the estate at El Matadoro. He'll be expecting it. Try to give those Dagos hell, what? That's a fine fellow.
What? What? Wait, do I still have any money? Did they, like, take my money? How do I see my money? They took all my money. Jeff, I'm so glad you're alive, my handsome boy. I'm so glad you're alive, Jeff, my boy. Okay, so I guess I'm not buying a hooker tonight. What? What do you want?
He steal my horse. Please, ayúdame.
Oh no, Jefe. Come on, Jefe, let's go. There's no way I'll get to him in time, right? Come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. You can do it, Jeff. Come on, I see him. Jeff, come on, Jeff. Come on, Jeff. Let's go. Oh, come on. He was right there. Look it. See, I can still get him. See? I still got him. Saved the horse. I saved the horse. I can't... I died, though. So, like, that's why I'm confused. Like, I died. I have $7 now, thanks to that horse thief. Alright, let's go somewhere else. Let's go make some money, John. So we can buy a hooker. All that looting, I know. I'm so upset. I had like $500. Oh, that's a plant right there. Crazy.
Come on, easy up now.
All because of that man who misunderstood my rescuing. Oh. Oh my God. I cannot believe that one, that just happened. Number two, that I somehow managed to slam on the control button, which is to stop on the horse, which is my heart. No, that was me. I did that. Jeff was the one who tried to just fucking go. No, me. I did that.
Come on.
I went to get on him like this, and he like takes a step when you get on him.
Let's go.
Oh my God, that was so scary. Oh, that was so scary.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back on track now. Oh my God. Jeff, not today, Jeff. Not today.
Yeah.
Not today, Jeff.
Come on.
That was so scaly. I hope one of you guys went back and clipped that, because it's too far now. Wait, are those wolves or are those coyotes? I can't fucking tell. Those are wolves, I think. The coyotes are a bit smaller. Like that. No! Fucking stop! Are you kidding me? Oh shoot, Dave was supposed to show me the trick.
This is a messy one.
So I just have to just like park on top of it, right? If it has big dog. Yeah, it's more just like...
Yeah.
When I see them running at me, I'm like, I have to take a second and be like, what are you? What are you? Okay, so it should be two more or one more. I think two more. Because I think one of them I killed and forgot to skin like an idiot. Oh, what's that? Meet the sheriff near the broken wagon. For what? For what? What is this?
Looks like you could use some help. Senor, please help me. They're destroying the town. Gracias, amigo. The pendejos killed 2 of my men and captured another. We must
save him. Okay. I like to kill. It's kind of fun. Clear the town of criminals. Oh yeah. Let's use, no, not the block rifle. Let's actually use the shotgun on purpose this time. Oh, actually, I don't really like it. Because it uses both at the same time. I don't like that. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, fine game. Fine. Oh, there he is. That's crazy, actually. Is that a bounce? Oh, come on. Why is it not hitting this dude? That was crazy. I didn't even know he was right there. Oh, I didn't know he was right fucking there. That's crazy. Excuse me. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to cough into the mic. It kind of snuck up on me. I need to back off and heal for a second here. Oh, wait, hoomst. Hoomst. There you are. What are they saying? Come on.
Put your gun down, friend.
Alright, rescue the deputy by killing the gang leader. Oops. They're swearing at me. Okay, say whatever they want. Okay, wait, why? I killed him by shooting him in the hand. Cool. Cool. Yay! Hoot. See, look at all that honor I just got. Look at all that honor I just got. Wait, where's his dead buddy? Oh, here it is.
I doubt you'll be needing this.
Doubt you'll be needing this. Let's see if I can get 200 doll hairs from all of these people. So I can go buy that hooker. Where's the little X's on the map? Oh, my foot's asleep. I have to cross my legs. There we go. Oh yeah, there's one in here. The guy I shot in the face. That was amazing. Then there should be 2 dudes over here. Yeah. Yep. 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 And then, wow, there's a bunch of them over here. Look at that. Crazy. See, sometimes he makes the animation, sometimes he doesn't. Wait, there's one more? Oh. Somebody over here? Oh. I don't want your horse. I want the boot. No, I don't want your horse. Oh, I didn't make $200. Didn't make 2 hundo. Oh no, I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't lift up my thing any higher. All right, now. Guess that's it. Jeff. Come on.
Come on.
Excuse me. So there's a thing. Oh, right here. I see it. Some treasure map stuff. Let me see if I have a map. I'm not sure I bought any. And there's one here. Yeah, I don't think I have any maps. I have 3 pardon letters. Motherfucker, I had a pardon letter and you took all my money? Rude.
Come on.
Rude. It's some bullshit. Sidewinder Gulch. I hate it. Yeah. Yeah. I want to make a theme song for Jeff. What? Wait! No! 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 Wait, where'd the other ones go? Ah. I don't know if these count, if I got all of them. I was on my way to pay for this crime and then I was going— exactly. I feel like I've been framed. Oh, do the thing. Okay. Jeff, come here. Okay. So I just park like on him like that, like over him like this. No, Jeff, stop. Like, Jeff, stop! Schememano. Then I have to do it every time. I've completed the first rank of the master. Yes!
Come on, easy up now.
What's next? What's next? What's next? What's next? Master Hunter rank 2. Skin 5 deer. Okay. Kill 5 deer and skin them. Easy.
Let's go.
Easy. Oh yeah. Jeff! Jeff! Oh, wait. Can we find that? I want to find— we're gonna have to find that and we're gonna have to make that a thing. And then I don't know if I can do it before I finish this game today or tomorrow. But took my wagon. Get on the stolen wagon. Get off, Jeff! Thank you, sir.
Mister.
Oh my god. Also, hey. Hi. Okay, Jeff's good. Jeff. Oh, Jeff!
Think you'll be needing this, mister?
Here you go, sir. There you go. There you go.
This'll fetch a good price.
I don't know what's faster, getting on the horse and then off the horse every single time to skin something. Like, if you could just call him over and, like, have him stand on it. No, come here.
Let's make this quick.
Once you get the check, yeah. Like parallel parking, yeah, no, I know. I saw. A time saver. Hey, you're scaring Hefe. Knock it off. Jeff, stop moving. It's fine. I'm just genuinely surprised that there's not like an option in the settings to just turn this off. Like, it's the only part that's really like unnecessarily bloody, I feel like, you know? It's like 2009. Oh my god. Sit. Fuck.
Slow up.
See, but it's like so hard to get the horse to fucking stop moving sometimes too. Oh my god. What is the deal with these fucking wolves, dude? Like, I've killed your whole family already. Well, I guess it's kind of, in a sense, it's faster because, yeah, you can just do it and then hop back on the horse. But, like, getting him to fucking stop right at the right point is kind of annoying. Skin. Horse. Where? Where the fuck are you? You shit fuck. He just, like, died after. He just like died like a couple seconds later. It's fine. It's like dodging an Elden Ring. Like you know anything about that. JK, you're fine. You're actually not bad at Elden Ring. Alright, what am I? Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, I have to hunt and kill and skin deer, which I don't think there's a lot down here in Mexico, is there? All the bodies. That's Red Dead 2. Yeah, unfortunate. They're here. God, I wish it was. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. I wish it was easier to slow the horse down.
Good news, good news. The Coronel himself wants to speak to you. Come.
Dámelo, dámelo, besito, besita. Don't be so conventional. Look at that ass, huh? Magnificent. I'll save her for later, or I'll kill her and all her family. They're probably rebels anyway, huh?
He liked that
Anyways,
with.
it's good to see you, amigo. Good to see you. You know, you are a rare find. A gringo who is also a friend of our country. Bienvenido. We welcome you.
Bienvenido.
Okay.
Lad, relax, relax. I have some wonderful news for you. Quite wonderful, in fact. You know the men you hunt? They have been captured in Chuparosa. I want you and the Santa to ride out there, and then you can take possession of them. It is my gift to you for all your help, senor. Although part of me wishes that you would remain here and enjoy more of our hospitality, huh?
Thank you. If it's all the same, I'd like to collect them in.
Right, were you here earlier when we were doing the mission? And the guy was like, "Oh, I don't know, this just doesn't feel right. Something about this doesn't feel right." And Marston just goes, "Maybe you have to piss." like so much emphasis on piss. He was like, "Maybe you have to piss."
I have a wife and son at home whom I miss.
Piss.
Don't we all, amigo? Don't we all? The Santa wants you to take care of Senor Marston. Vámonos, cabrón. Go. Adelante. Mi amor. Mi amor.
Follow me. A wagon has already
Okay,
been prepared.
let's go.
Maldito!
Sorry. I hate going so slow. Oh, yeah, piss or something, yeah. But it was just like so much emphasis on the word piss. It was just very funny. Like, maybe you have to piss. Do I ride shotgun? Okay.
What are you waiting for? This is your chance.
Alright, are you gonna talk to me this time or not?
This is very good news, my friend. Then I say the Coronel will find these men for you.
For your sake, you best be telling the truth.
You have my word.
After that trick you pulled
Which
on me with
cowboy?
the munitions
What's
train,
BCS? What's
I ain't sure that
BCS?
means very much.
Oh, Better Call Saul.
Oh, now, John.
I don't know.
After everything we've been through, I think we can trust each other.
I've never watched it.
How did you find them?
They were captured just outside Chuparosa. The rat must come out of his holy venture.
I loved Breaking Bad.
A chance for them to contemplate heaven. Or you send them to hell. We have the area surrounded. Oh, cheer up, John. This is what you came for. You're so tense all the time. Come, let's have some fun.
Jeff, is that Jeff?
To see who's the best shot. What do you say?
Anything's better than talking to you.
Oh no, this is how Jeff gets killed.
Okay, each man gets 5 shots.
Look, Jeff is following.
Whoever kills the most, I will give $25. Carlitos, muéstrale cómo se hace.
No tienes ninguna posibilidad. Soy el mejor
It's gonna be, is it because it's one of the ones where you can skip to the destination, so it'll be fine?
I guess it beats getting a real job.
You know, if you were less secretive, people might be more inclined to trust you.
Are you married? Or do you rape young girls like your colonel?
No, you never touch a woman like that.
It's not my way. Oh, because he likes men.
A wife and child have been taken from me. That's why I have to find these men.
I can sympathize with you, Senor Marston. Married to my country. These rebel traitors, they're trying to take it from me. No, I never took a wife. A woman can be a powerful force. Like my mother, or a destructive one. Like my mother, I find it better to avoid them. For many strong men become weak by giving in to temptations of the flesh.
Like, yeah, mom. Yeah, mom. Thank you for using the correct spelling. horse, I don't know how to explain it. The horse in front of me to the right, it has like gray spots, but they look blue, which is kind of cool. Like it just like looks like it has blue spots on it. That one right there. You can't see. I'm pointing. Like I'm pointing, but you can't see. This one, guys. This one. This one. Yeah, the one in front right here. That looks really cool. Like it's got gray, but looks blue. All right, he's done talking, right? I can skip now.
Are you giving up already?
Enter Chuparosa. Goodbye.
Here we are. So, my friend, they're in the church.
And it camp behind me. I mean, I do have
Behind you. Very reassuring. This is it. A moment.
Oh, okay. My side camera decided no, thank you. I do have a side camera, but
Wouldn't you say? Are they armed? No, they're prisoners. Take a deep breath. Calm yourself. It would be like lambs to the slaughter.
ew, no, don't look at the back of my head. It's probably all like messy. Oh, circle with. Oh, Chaos has that. Chaos has that on his stream. I'll have to figure out how he does it. Do I just walk in? Is that what I'm doing? Hello? Music's a little tense, huh? This is a church.
Gracias for your service to this land.
Oh, is this? He's gonna. Yep. Motherfucker.
Levanten esta pizza mierda.
That's shit. I know that.
Marston, hey. Marston. You have betrayed this land enough. I hope you have a clear conscience, because you're about to meet God.
My brother! They will kill you if you don't bring a ransom! Over here, I will free you!
Run, John, run!
Shit! He almost got me! Para la gloria, compadre! ¡Órale!
Hello, man. Who are you?
Lucky for you!
Don't remember. I remember, but I don't remember.
I guess we're even then.
Now find your weapons and fight these dogs!
Find my weapons. Oh no. Oh no. I have to run into the middle of everything.
This is your chance for revenge!
Get my let's get my shit! All right, now it's time. Who's this boss? Let's go get him. Is he inside? Hello! Ah! I panicked. What?
You starting to regret this yet? Are you here to fight or not?
My brother!
I love the kill missions with just go
that the days of this evil
murder.
regime are numbered. Soon we shall be free. living together in a noble republic, justly ruled by fine men. But
Rootin' tootin' by there better be shooting. Exactly.
It's not done. Our struggle is not over. We will fight all day and night until local tyrants like Allende are no more.
It's a good one.
And him and all his dogs are brought to the sword. We shall be free. This time things shall be different for every man and woman in this land. And one day soon, Allende will know justice.
My other titles for this game have all been one word. Not intentionally, they just happened to be. And I wanted to go...
Let us make it so. Viva la revolución. Viva México. México, 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 México.
John's like, this doesn't involve me. Flick the cigarette, I love it. Okay. Now. We've got... Ugh, I hate Abraham Reyes, though. Do I have to? Alright, I guess we'll go to Luisa first. And then we'll go to Reyes from there. Oh, Jeff. Perfect.
Come on.
Watches stoically.
Let's go.
I keep itching my hair, but it's not that I'm itching it. It's like I put this new curl, not curl, but like wave and curl cream in, and I'm just like, it feels like so flat. It doesn't feel like it's really doing much for my waves. Hop. Hop. Oh no. Who should I shoot? I was helping! Well, now I have a bounty again. Where is this other... Where is he? Oh. I was trying to help! Whatever. She finally just came. Oh, it's... yeah, it's very late. I was just trying to help. Nobody appreciates my help here in Mexico. Really? Yeah, but I don't know where my bandana is. Oh, here. All right, we need to go shopping.
Let's go.
We need to go shopping, I guess. Because I don't have the bandana.
Hey, señor.
Señor.
You want trouble, friend?
Manos arriba. Antelas.
Next one.
Tranquilo, amigo. Tranquilo. Ya lo tengo.
Muévase, cabrón. Muévase.
El mundo es muy difícil.
but I
Tenemos
guess
que
not.
jugarlo bien. Ah, Mr. Marston.
I have like
knew you
little
would
rubber
come.
bands, so I was just gonna pull my hair
Thanks
back.
for the welcoming committee.
I'm sorry, we cannot be too careful. The world is very dangerous.
Especially when you greet it with a gun.
Please. Mr. Marston, my father was killed yesterday. The army found him and accused him of treason. They cut out his heart and fed it to their dogs. Allende did this. Then he took the honor of 2 young girls.
I'm sorry to hear that, Luisa.
My father must not die in vain. His death must mean something.
It'll mean that war is brutal and unnecessary and good people die. And that's all it will mean.
That is not enough.
Well, you know I'll do whatever I can, but I have problems of my own.
We all have problems. This is about the people. My father died for his people. For these men and for millions like them, that they may be free.
While there are guns and money, there won't be any freedom, Luisa.
Mr. Marston, the movement is on the brink of great victory. Allende knows this and has sent for reinforcements. Abraham Reyes asked personally that you stop them reaching Escalera. They are coming by the old trail. You must ambush them.
I have my own family to worry about.
Mr. Marston, I have lost my father. My mother is in the United States. My sister has fled. I have no family. Just because. Please. Good actions make you a good man.
Then I'm doomed. But I will help you, out of respect for your loss.
Like,
Thank you, Mr. Marston. Thank you.
you can't choose to
Let's go. We do not have
like
much time
not
to prepare the
play
ambush.
both sides. Like, you have to help the rebels and the what you call it. It's like you have to do both.
Sorry about your father.
His death must not be in vain. Now we
That's
shall
kinda
fight
crazy.
even harder to win power for Abraham.
I admire your
I meant to
devotion.
order something literally like over an hour
A
ago.
man who puts the needs
Now
of
I'm gonna
others
like
before
run out of
his own.
options
A
here.
man who fights out of love rather than hate. But you know this already. I heard about the battle at Chuparosa. How he killed nearly 100 soldiers to save your life.
It'll go down in legend. I'm sure of that.
Can I trust you, Mr. Marston?
In what way?
You have done so much for me and my family, but I still can't forgive you for helping Allende, for what you did to the rebels.
I'm here for
Pizza?
2 men,
That
that's
sounds
it.
good.
Not to take sides. And certainly not to fight a war that isn't mine. It makes no sense.
You make a choice by not making a choice, you know.
Linde betrayed me. I saw him do bad things. Things that disgust even me.
Allende es pura maldad. One day I will cut his heart out.
Me, you, him, we're all shooting people. Don't really seem like we're so very different.
The difference is
Butter
fine,
noodles?
Mr.
Yeah,
Marston.
what's the widest, most autistic person
There
food?
can never be revolution without blood.
Buttered noodles, yeah.
What they're shooting for. Just enjoy killing for its own
Dave, you
sake.
called it.
Americans forget too quickly. That is the problem. If it wasn't for your revolution, we would still be making tea for the English.
At least we
That's
knew where
very
we stood.
funny.
It's more difficult to understand why your own people treat you like
Hey,
shit.
It is
buttered
the same
noodles,
here. We
but
fought
put a
off the
little bit
Spanish,
of
we
the
fought off
like
French.
Italian
Even fought off the
seasoning in there.
Finally, Mexico won its independence. And
Delicious.
all we've done since then is fight each other.
At least you're keeping up tradition.
It will end when Abraham takes control. When the Spanish left, we renamed this province Nuevo Paraíso, New Paradise. One day, it will
Ranch
live up to
powder?
its name.
Oh. Yeah, we don't have the ranch powder in my house though because my mom does like keto ranch. Are you done talking? Can I
Why do you doubt
okay.
the revolution so much, Mr. Marston?
I guess I can't pretend to understand your country's politics.
But you think we are fighting for nothing?
Take no notice of me.
And
I
oh,
ain't got
stop
much
with your
reason
open
to
face
power.
sandwiches.
That is exactly why we must
That's just
continue
bread.
to fight for change.
Nothing ever really changes.
You are a man who has lost his spirit.
No doubt. I once believed it was possible to make a difference. Man, I'm chasing maybe
It's just bread.
We spill enough blood, we can change the way people think.
Revolutions are always won with blood.
And after the fighting's done,
Freedom.
we ain't never free.
Be honest with yourself, and you will be
Parm
free.
ranch.
That must be what I've been getting wrong all these years.
I know, like that, like I don't want to help the other people. Like I want to help the rebels. I hate that you have. Oh, hiccup. Sorry, guys.
If only I'd sent
I
my
hate that
father
you have
as
to help
well.
both.
You did everything you could.
They know nothing of my father's death. They feel terrible, but it isn't safe for them here anymore. After we win, they can return to a New Mexico.
What about you?
I will stay and fight.
Gigi with her cash cleaner sim is so funny.
We are a close family. Do you have children, Mr. Marston?
I have a
She's
son
better than
at
salt.
home and a daughter in
Well,
heaven.
that'd be too salty, I think.
After your wife?
I hope so. He's not much younger than you, but I don't know. He's still young. We tried to protect him, give him a gentler childhood than what we had. Guess I failed at that.
What is his name?
Jack. Jack Marston.
Aw,
I ain't
little
been much of a
Jackie.
father. We tried to hide the bad from him growing up, but he saw things he shouldn't.
What's west of Texas? Oh, hold on. Do these come through?
The army convoy will be coming
I don't know if those come through on stream.
Going to steal their supplies?
Did the sound bits come through on stream?
Abraham wants to send
I don't think they do.
You have experience with explosives.
A little. It's been a long time.
Good, because we do not. You will man the detonator. My men are waiting there for us. They will also need your help setting up the dynamite.
I'll do my best.
We will do this for my father.
Oh, this is the dynamite one, right?
These men will help you rig dynamite on the road. Please
Yeah.
tell them where to place it. I'll be waiting up above, watching for the wagons.
Okay. Follow me, gentlemen.
Okay. Show the rebels where to bury the explosives on the road. Choose explosive. So, am I supposed to be blowing them
Bury
up?
one right here.
How many do I have? Oh, okay. Here?
Another one here.
Okay, well, it was more... I was trying to, like, we're not trying to blow this up. We're trying to blow them up passing through.
Here.
2 more left. Okay.
Another one here.
Yeah, I got it now. I got it now. That's more what it was. Is it's like, wait, we're not trying to blow up
I hope you know what you are doing. This is very near
the
to the other one.
bridge. We're trying to blow them
Now
up
go.
as they pass.
Luisa is waiting for you at the top of the hill.
And then this is the one where I have to time this shit, and that took me a couple tries last time, if I remember right.
They are coming. Get ready, John.
Take dynamite. Can I put more? Okay.
Abraham is counting on us. We cannot
Ready.
disappoint him. There it is. Get ready.
Oh, I have to choose which ones? Oh, that's annoying. Wait, should I go from this way and go down? Like, as they're going? John Marston, hello, welcome in, how are you? I don't know, I'll try it that way? I'm not sure that that's the best. Okay, so let's try...
You missed it!
No, I didn't! What do you mean? I didn't miss it. I was gonna do the... That's bull. I didn't miss it. Wow. Wow. Wow, look at that beautiful slide. That's... Come on. I didn't miss it. I was literally, like, waiting for them to go through. What do you mean? I see you're playing as me. Yeah. Yeah, one of the convoy wagons escaped. Stop at the front and then the end, and they're stuck in between. Well, like, I was gonna hit them from the front and then go back. I don't feel like that's a failure. All right. Show the explosive. Show them where to. Okay.
Start here. And here. This is good.
Yeah, Luisa. But the thing doesn't pop up till about right there. So I don't know. It's fine. I think I remember this one last time taking me a couple tries too, because the timing. Right, now let's pick up the dynamite again.
Get ready, John.
They're coming. All right. Ready the detonator. Yeah, but it takes so long.
We hit him back hard.
What is this? Mexico? I know, right? Okay. Oh my gosh, now I have to wait for forever. Okay. It's not tinted yellow. Oh, yeah, the sepia tone. Okay, so what you're telling me is I just start blowing them up one at a time? All right. And
quick!
No.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What do you mean? Was that not good? Was that not good? Oh wait, I have one more. Wait, I have one more. Wait, I have one more. Go for it, go for it, go for it, go for it. And boom, motherfucker. Did it.
Thank you, Mr. Marston. We are
I
a step
did it.
closer to power. My father would be very proud.
I hope it was worth it.
I must return to Campo Mirada. Meet me there when you can. I will do my best
Thank
to
you,
return
thank
the
you, thank
favor.
you. I'm very good at murdering. I'm very good at murdering. Scurvy? Scurvy. Oh, looties. Proud of you, thank you. Wow. Excuse me? Holy shit. That was crazy. Holy skinning. This dude's way over here. Everyone is so rude. I know, it's like wild. Wild here in the West. Wild. Alright, how much money did I say I have? 163? We can almost buy our hooker. Dang, there's bodies everywhere. What happened here? Hello?
Stop there, gringo. Give us your
Oh, you want to ambush me? You ambush me? You ambush me? I ambush you. I ambush you. Fine.
No kill me, please. Mira, dinero. Toma, el dinero, todo. Toma.
Lucky. I forget how to quote. It's literally just add quote with one word. But yeah, quotes are still good though because they like can cycle through. Cut off. They can cycle through pretty easily too. Oh, I got money now. I can go buy our hooker. Yay. Oh, is that everybody? I looted everybody? Okay. Okay. Oh, look at the little donkey. Can I take the donkey? No. That's prejudice. Yeah. Oh my god, I love him. This is as fast as he goes. Oh no, he goes a little bit faster. Oh, I love him. Goodbye, Jeff. We have... Oh, what's his name? Oh my gosh, his name is gonna be Asterion. Get it, guys? Get it? Do you get it, guys? Look, we have a donkey!
Let's go!
We have a very slow donkey. Look at how slow he goes. Look at Asterion. Excuse me, coming through. Do you want to use inspiration and name your donkey friend again? No. What do you mean? This is perfect. Do we have a moment of silence for Jeff? No, Jeff, I don't think I can... Like, I don't think I can take... Like, I don't think I can actually take the donkey. Like... I think that it just happens to be... For the moment. Yeah, and then we're getting the hooker. Exactly. Gatling gun horse massacre. AI bot. Chill with that. Chill with that. Yeah, but then I would lose Jeff, which is not worth. Oh, dear, dear, dear. You. Dear. Did I get both? Will you stay? Turns you yeller.
Last still.
I freaked out Bataria. No, he's fine. He's doing wonderful. He's great.
That's one.
Wait, hold on. We need Asterion to come over here and do the trick. Come here. Oh, wait, those are goats. You guys are doing great. You guys are doing great. Skin. Amazing. Does it work with herbs? Did you say no, it doesn't work with herbs? Let's see. Nope.
There we go.
Nerp. Nerp. It doesn't give you both, what you call it, prompts. Alright, Asterion, let's go. Oh, he's doing his best. Look at him doing his best. But DJ Dave. DJ Dave. Yeah, I think I overshot a little bit, but it's fine. This is only a temporary solution. So what happens if I whistle for Jeff right now? Will Jeff follow me? Let's try it. Yay, Jeff! Come on, buddy. Run alongside us, Jeff. Oh my gosh, you're so majestic. You're so majestic. We are riding this ass hard. It's running out of stamina. Yeah, I'm not gonna hitch. I'm not gonna hitch Asterion, don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't get hitched to your donkey. Nah, I won't hitch it. Hitch it real good. Bum, ba da dun dun dun. Ba da 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 da. Right, isn't that how the song goes? What's going on? Shooting?
Budison, Amas. John, thank God you have come. That wretched animal.
I keep crossing my legs and then my foot falls asleep and then I'm like, what's going on?
Come, we must stop him and finally kill that vermin and all of Allende's other followers.
Go now. My men will show you the way. I will stay with the camp.
Hefe. Wait, no! Asterion! Oh, well, it was great while it lasted. I'll miss you forever, Asterion. No, he's gone.
Come on.
Sag. Yeah, you can have different mounts, yeah. You like Shadowheart? Aw, rip. Rip. Wait, this is- wait, why are we going on the train? Isn't this dangerous?
Let's go.
Guys, what if Jeff gets hit by a train? Shadowheart is definitely a donkey title. You think I should have renamed it as Shadowheart instead of Asterion? Or it could have been like Aspen or Astel or Shadowfart? Yeah, that's too on the nose.
We don't want to give him a chance to escape. And leave DeSanta to me. I need him alive.
We will wait for your lead, señor.
En el nombre del gobierno provincial del coronel Allende y del estado de este país, te
Is this
condeno a muerte por traición. ¿Tienes algunas últimas palabras? No.
It's not a saxophone, it's brass, right? It's a brass instrument? It's like a trumpet or something? Wait. How do I switch shoulders again? Shit. Oh, there. Oh, okay. There we go.
I'm wide open here.
Wait, are you bad? No, you're not bad. You are, though. Wherever the fuck you are. I was like, I can see a dot, but I don't see where the man is. Here.
You're a traitor, Master!
It's you first, then Alinde!
Oh, he wanted him alive. Shit, duh. I was just like, fuck you, motherfucker, and I was just popping him in the head. They want him alive. Yeah, that was me. 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 It says capture, and I was just like, no. I will not capture. Why do I have a blade? Get out of here with that shit. Wait, you're alive? Wait, where? You. Oh no. Wait, where is he going? Is he gonna run yet? Should I go? Ah! Fuck. Alright, he's right here. Yeah, buddy. Get tied up.
Quick! Do not let him get away!
Okay.
Think about what you are doing.
Think about what you're. Oh, I have already thought about it, and I'm very happy with my decisions. Thank you. Bro, where is this guy? Oh, now he's up there. Okay. Okay.
If you kill me, we'll have the entire Mexican army after you.
Yeah. Yay, my food's on the way.
You fucking pig! Go back to your country! Where is Javier Escuela? Wait. Okay, all right. Shit. All right. Casa Madrugada. It's hold up there. Now hurry up and kill me.
I know, it was really...
Can we kill this piece of shit now, senor?
Yes.
Or would you like to pleasure yourself?
I want to do.
Please! I am begging you!
Now we're even, Captain.
Oh, I definitely wanted to do that. How much money? He had $7.
Are you crazy? We cannot stop now.
Yeah, in the face. Where else would you shoot a war criminal?
We don't have time for this.
What do you mean we don't have time for this? We always have time for loot.
You can't give up now.
All right. Where's my horse?
We don't have
I'm
time for
going.
this. I am glad it was you, compadre.
There's some things you gotta finish yourself.
That man is responsible for hundreds of innocent dead, maybe thousands. He will burn in hell.
Just for
We all
kicks?
will, my
Nah.
friend.
Quick. Do it quick. Oh, hurry up and
First,
keep
you need
up
to
with
help
me. Jeff's too
find Javier
fast.
Escuela. Come on.
Jeff too fast. I shot him in the head. Come on, guys. One in the head, two in the dick.
Come on. Faster. We was friends once, a long time ago, but not anymore. This place
no.
is deserted. Is it always this quiet?
Oh shit. He shot that bitch in the back. How are you still alive? phone to shoot the jar.
Hey, you lady. Where's Javier Escuela?
Javier Escuela. He hasn't been seen around here in months. You shut up this place for him, huh? I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire.
True.
I don't blame you. But Captain DeSantis said he was here.
That's my phone.
You must be more stupid than you look. Go shoot up some play sauce.
Gently placed it on the rail. He did. He was like, here you go. Here you go. Oh, wait. Can I buy the hooker now? Right? Is this where the hooker is? I can buy the hooker. Did she even care? Probably not, to be honest. Oh. No, God, fucking DoorDash is so obnoxious. I think my food's here, by the way, guys. Hooker, do you hardly even know her? You guys also didn't answer me if you can hear the sound effects or if I'm just wasting time. How do I get upstairs? These ones. I'm gonna do one right now. You ready? I'm gonna do one right now. I don't think you can hear it. No. Okay. I have to figure out how to reroute the sound. Okay. Interesting. Oh, my food is here, so I'm gonna go grab that. Oh, here's my gun. Look it. Oh, so nice of him to just leave it here for me. What is happening? What is all this other shooting going on right now? Okay, I'm here to buy this hooker. I am here to purchase this hooker.
Take the damn money, you bastard.
She's all yours, okay? Enjoy her.
Gracias, señor. Thank you.
But if I tie this motherfucker up, I become the bad guy.
I will go to Las Hermanas. The sisters there.
This
will
game
help
doesn't
me.
make sense. It's kind of bullshit though that like if I tie that guy up, I'm bad. What's the boyoyoing for? I didn't boyoyoing. That's an inaccurate representation of the stream, Ray.
Let's see.
You you wanted sound effects? I hate it here. I hate it here so much. All right, let me go get my gosh diggity darn food. Wait, can I go up here? John? 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 John! 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 Easy. Okay. I think there's a guy's dead body up here, but I can't get to it. I'm the one that keeps coming back? I feel like that's an inaccurate representation. Everyone's dead, right? Awooga! My grandfather used to have a Model A, like one of the old car Model A, and it had an awooga horn. It just made me miss my papa. My papa. A Model T? No, Model A? It was a Model A. Very, very, very old. And it had to be like repainted and repaired a bunch of times. Pretty sure it was Model A. Yeah. Model A came after this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an A. I'm almost positive it was an A. Model A sounds familiar. Sounds right. I'm gonna grab my food. I'll be right back, guys. Stretch your legs while I'm down there. I'm back. And I even did a sneaky little go piss girl while I was downstairs grabbing my food. Oh, they didn't give me silverware. I love DoorDash drivers. Okay. Oh, Dave. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you for converting your Prime to a tier 1. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Let me just eat a couple bites while it's still warm, and then we will continue. Happy to be here. I am happy that you are happy to be here. I absolutely adore having you here. Thank you for being here. All right. 2 bites while it's warm, and then we're good. Oh, that hit the spot. That was so good. That hit the spot. That was so good. What'd you get? So, I can't tell you the place because it's a local place. But what it is it is tater tots with a fried egg and a little bit of bacon with like a cheese, like a spicy, not a spicy, but like a pepper cheese kind of sauce. So it's like got a little tiny bit of kick to it, but not much. Vengeance Falls, hello, welcome in, how are ya? Looks like Reyes is the only one we've got left now. Tuck into that while it's hot. It is pretty good. You guys want to see it? You want to see it? I don't know how well I can show it on camera, but yeah, see, it's tater tots with a fried egg, and then like this is like a cheese sauce kind of stuff with some bacon. Very, very good. Baroness cassette tape? You got a functioning tape deck? That's actually pretty awesome. Breakfast for dinner is pretty legit. I am a big cereal enjoyer. So I will do like breakfast for snack. Brenner. Very good though, guys. Brand new? Like you bought it brand new? Or you like it's brand new to you? It's got Bluetooth. Okay, wow, so it's new. That's crazy. What's my go-to? Like cereal-wise, you mean? My favorite cereal, as boring as it is, my favorite cereal is Life. Life cereal. I enjoy Berry Berry Kicks, which is very, very, very hard to find nowadays. What? What?
Let's go.
Wait, he's not dead? You're not dead? Okay, where's the other one?
Let's go.
Oh, he's definitely not dead. Oh my gosh, the wolves are doing it though for me. That's kind of funny. Frosted mini meats are legit. I do enjoy frosted mini meats. I like a lot of cereals, honestly. I love the Count Chocula line, like that whole line of them. So like Boo Berry, Frankenberry, Count Chocula. I like those. You can't stand Kicks, really? Berry kicks are good though, because it's essentially kicks with like tricks, more or less. Tricks in them. There's a snake. Oh, that's a deer. Hold on. Wait. Wait, I need the deer. Come on. Oh, fuck me. What is with this deer? What is its skull made of?
That is that.
Oh, holy shit. Honey Nut. Oh, Honey Nut Cheerios fucking slap. I do love some Honey Nut Cheerios. Strawberry? I think I did have those once and I enjoyed them. Oh, that's a buck. It's not technically a deer, huh? Mikey likes it.
Come on.
Wasn't there one more over here? I could have sworn I killed another deer. Where's the X?
Come on.
Yeah, like where's the... I killed two. That's a deer. Okay. As long as it counts. I thought I saw it fall though, which is why I'm a little confused, but it's fine. We'll find more. We'll find more. Oh, wait, that's the one. That's the same one. Okay. How many more deer do I need, though? I wonder. That's probably 2, so I need 3 more.
Come on.
I feel like I've been getting more herbs, but I don't think I've progressed any of the challenges.
Let's go.
Deer. I need more deer. Yeah, I want certain ones first, yeah. Oh, what's that? What? I think that was a coyote. Just was very quick. The wolves, okay.
Yeah.
I am gonna get lost.
Come on, easy up now.
A deer. Come here, let me skin. That was so crazy that there was a deer in the destination. Bye, Jeff. Go stretch your legs. Okay. Hola. That's so funny that there was a deer in here. They're making tequila?
Where is Abraham Reyes?
Here, amigo! Here! Well, look who it is. The American bandit turned bounty hunter who is about to win the Mexican Revolution.
I don't know about that, mister.
No, but I do, Mr. John Marston. I do. A man like you, or me, with just a few such men, I tell you I could rule the entire country. Hey, hermanos unidos! Set my people free! Libre Mexico! Libre Mexico! Their energy is like food to me. I feel I was sent for them
The
and they
agave
were
plant.
sent to me.
Good for you.
When I rule these people, I shall be fair and judicious and wise. How so, you ask? Very simple. I know these people. I know this land. In short, I can make them better.
It must be pleasant to be a man so at one with his destiny.
Ay, Dios mío, I don't do it for myself, John Marston. I do it for my
Marston.
Well, exactly.
Ew.
Sarcasm, my friend, should be beneath a man such as you, don't you think?
Very little is beneath a man such as me.
Ha! Okay, well, in that case, I assume a little robbery will be a pleasant day's work. All in a good cause, of course. Come, my brother. Let us strike while the iron is hot.
Why is
Vámonos, mis hermanos.
John is just way too easy to convince to do stuff?
Let's go.
Is that a sad dog? Dog, don't come with us, dog. You'll get hurt.
You must tell me more, John. Are my sources correct? Have you come to Mexico to murder your two best friends?
Not exactly. We were friends once. A lot's changed since then.
Now that we are friends, I hope you will give me some warning if you get a sudden urge to kill me.
You'll be the first to know when I kill you, I promise. So where are they?
Who?
Williamson and Escuela.
I'm not sure exactly where. They are definitely in Mexico.
That much I know already. You told me you'd found them.
And I will. I have my very best men working on it.
If I find out you're lying to me, Reyes, you'll really see the man I used to be.
I will give you your friends, I promise. Just give me time. Bella! So how did you meet these Williamson and Escuella?
We ran in the same gang together, under a fella called Dutch. We were all bad kids, lost, angry, and forgotten. He kind of saved us.
And turned you into criminals?
Dutch didn't see us that way. We robbed banks, stole from the rich, and we gave the money to people who needed it more.
So he was a revolutionary too, like me?
I suppose. He saw that the system of power was rotten, that good people had been crushed for too long, and he believed that change could only succeed if it was brutal and relentless, make America what he felt it was supposed to be.
I like the sound of this man, Dutch. Another violent idealist. Where's he now?
I don't know, but I gotta find him once I'm done with them two. In the end, he went insane, lost faith in everything, and everyone.
You have quite a story, John Marston. I really am a little jealous.
Jealous?
Of his poetic potential, I mean. He would make an excellent corrido.
It would make an awesome video game.
Hermano, that is a corrida. No, a corrido is as Mexican as Mexico itself. A song, a poem, a story, a ballad, a musical tribute to a heroic man and their great deeds. There are over 100 written about me.
Remind me to stay away from men.
Someone should make it, yeah.
In a country where most people cannot read the newspaper, song is a powerful means of communication. We do what we can to battle the lies and... Carajo, cuidado, John. Ándale.
I know. I've seen your poster.
In the capital, they are already talking about my legendary escape from El Presidio, how I fought off 1,000 Mexican soldiers with my bare hands.
Finally, the people have the truth.
I have to know, what did you think of Agustin Allende, John?
I saw enough to know he ain't a good man.
It is
Augustine.
bad enough he beats the people he's sworn to protect, but it is worse that he enjoys it.
Something must have made him that way.
Cowardice made him that way, my friend. That and Sanchez, of course.
Who?
General Ignacio Sanchez, our country's kind and generous dictator. Mierda, you're slowing us down, Marston.
I'm not.
It is like a father who beats his son, and then his son takes his dog outside and rapes it.
That's a very specific example, Abraham.
No, it's rain.
How do you say?
It's rain for sure.
Everything he does is controlled by Sanchez.
In America, they told us Sanchez was making things better here.
Pinche propaganda. He talks about economic reform, about how this is a new golden age for Mexican people. But look around you.
Another donkey.
Than ever. Oh, watch what you're riding.
You're the one going into me.
Not
My
far
dude.
now. Chuparosa is just up ahead. We must hurry. The train will be leaving soon.
What's on that train that's so important?
I received information that the army is transporting a vast quantity of supplies to distribute to their forces.
Do we have a plan?
I will explain when we get there, but those supplies won't be arriving.
I figured as much.
Today, Allende will pay a high price for his treason.
Thank you so much for the follow. Nobody here.
So listen, this train is filled with
Oh, yeah,
valuable supplies we need, but it's also filled with government troops.
Of course.
We'll set off a very loud distraction. You can board the train, and then you can disconnect the army cars, huh?
Okay.
Okay, but listen, we've got to get this done before the train rolls out of the station.
Sure.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, did I not promise you fun times, amigo? Eh? There are too many soldiers. We must surprise them. Here, take this knife. You can use it to kill the guards quietly. Wait until I distract them. Then get on that train as fast as you can, John. Wait here while I create a distraction.
So many people follow you. Oh my gosh, Nikki. Lol. I just heard my mom, so hold on one second, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. My mom's usually not awake this late, so the fact that I heard her call me was very strange. But it was nothing bad. The battery in the smoke detector in the hallway in front of her room is dying, so the beeping woke her up, and she can't reach because she's too short. Hi, JJ. Welcome in. So I just had to pull it down, replace the battery, and put it back up. Okay. Sneaky. Wait for the distraction. Throwing knives? Wait, for reals? Okay, sneak onto the train. Okay. Crouch with control. Okay. Okay, I have throwing knives. Can I... Like, is this a thing? Apparently, it's very much a thing. Take out the guards. Oh, why did that miss? Why is this missing? Attach the train cars. Even with ladders? What kind of food do they like? What, I missed the joke. What, I missed the joke. Right. Oh, take out the guards. Teehee. Okay.
Let's smoke these fools!
Whee! My favorite!
Too late to talk about these!
Were they all sleeping? Because that's kind of fucked up. Where, like... Where is the rest of everybody? Like... This too, but like... There's one in the bush. Now, where's the other guy? I've shot him so many times. What do you mean? Come on. See, I just shot him again. Oh my god, the Gatling. The Gatling gun is like the worst. I've shot this. I'm just gonna shoot him. I'm just gonna shoot him. Jeez.
You better start running!
Are they not moving? Should I go to this Gatling gun? Where's the glass door? Is he in the the thing? Oh my god! Oh. That was scary. That was so scary. What? The shorter flat surface was right there. That actually scared me a little bit there. That scared me just a little bit there. So, like, realistically, how much longer do I have? Like, how long do I have to stream tomorrow to finish this?
You move like a cat onto that train. Magnificent. Go ahead and blow the
Oh, they're
armored
part of the
car and
map.
take whatever you need, my brother.
So, like, 6 hours? Like, 10 hours? Like, how long are we thinking here? On the armored car hatch. Here? Above? No, go. Yeah, okay. Here? Yeah. The good, the bad, the ugly. I don't... I don't think I've seen it, but I know, like, I know the story. I know of it. Whee! Run to a safe distance. I don't think I was safe enough. Maybe I was. Take a look inside, Jan. I feel like this is a debate. Go. Whee! Turn around. There we go. Loot. 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 Oops, I got bodies. Terms. Oh shit, okay. Back to the Future 3. Wait, so that doesn't... Wait, telling me to watch a bunch of Western movies doesn't tell me how much longer this game is. Rango? Like the lizard one? I've seen that. I've also seen the other one with Johnny Depp. The Lone Ranger. I've seen that. Django? Django? Yeah, I've seen Django, unfortunately.
Not a bad day of robbing the establishment to give to the poor, eh, Mr. Marston?
Very noble, I'm sure, but I need to know where Williamson and Escuela are holed up.
All in good time, amigo. I'm off to deliver these goods.
Took a while. Damn, okay.
See you back at the ranch.
It's okay.
My spies tell me they soon will have the information you need.
I've seen 310 to Yuma. I've seen that. Yes, you know who is in it. Oh, hey, Jeff, come here. Let's go see where we're gonna go. We only have one option, so it's easy. I have heard excuse me. Excuse me. I have heard of the Ballad of Buster Scruggs, but I've never watched it, but I've heard of it. And I was like, that's a name. And people were like, yeah, it's good. The Man with No Name? What's that? Wait, I'm thinking those... I feel like I've heard of all of these westerns, just like... Excuse me. My throat is so, like, scratchy. I've heard of a lot of westerns in context in, like, other movies, but I've never... never watched a lot of them. Oh, wait. I think I've seen this one. Don't they fucking die? Don't they go fly and they just fucking just die?
Hello there, friend. You come to enjoy the scenery?
I guess I have. What are you doing out here?
You know, I'm trying to capitalize on the stiff upward breezes in this region to launch my first ever flight.
You're gonna try to use that crazy thing to fly?
I'll be soaring like an eagle, or my name's not Charles Kinnear. I should be the first man swooping through this valley. Yes, I shall.
Is that accurate?
I'd leap off now, only
Like,
it seems like I need
obviously
more
we know because history, like, the Wright brothers did it, but is this a real person who, like, was in the running for, like, flight?
However, I can't abandon my machine to gather more materials.
What kind of materials are you talking about, Charles Kinnear?
I need a bunch of bird feathers, doesn't matter what kind, along with a parcel of beaver hides to boil down, along with some red sage to make it all pliable.
Okay. I think I can find all that stuff. I'll be back, Charles. Because you leaping off that cliff is something I have to watch.
Oh, they doubted dear Icarus, sir. Yes, they did!
Oh, Icarus! Guys, is it time? Is it time for me to have an Icarus arc again? Is it time?
Let's go.
Alexa, stop. Wild Wild West? I have seen that. Ooh, no, I don't need those anymore. I need deer. By any means foreshadowing. Oh, deer! Look at that! You ask and you shall receive. Hey, bunny. You're safe now. I don't have to kill you.
Whoa there.
A little bit more. Stop. 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 No, back up. No, you... Okay. Stop. Stop. Name your favorite Western. I honestly don't know. Like, what's the... what's the oh my gosh. Why is... Hold on. First of all, I have to remember... Okay. The Shanghai Knights. The Shanghai Knights one where it's the Western.
Come on.
That's my favorite Western. With Owen Wilson and Jackie Chan. Yes.
Come on.
Is that 3? Is that 3? I think it's 3.
Slow down.
Who do I do nothing?
Apunta. Fuego.
I don't know what to do in some of these situations. But I didn't get any reward for doing nothing. Which, you know, I should be rewarded for doing nothing all of the time. So I just don't know, like, what's the right thing to do in those situations? Like, canonically, what's the right thing to do? Oh.
Come on, easy up now.
Hello. I have returned, Reyes. Exactly. I should be rewarded for doing nothing. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, but if you shoot the guy instead of them, they get mad. Sam Elliott? Oh. I think this surprised me last time too.
John, excuse me.
It's so random and unexpected.
And I mean rougher, huh?
Because like the whole
What would your
rest of the
most loyal
game wasn't
follower,
like that.
Luisa, say about that? Who? Luisa, the girl from Campo Murata?
Her, a gentleman never tells, but she was a most wonderful. I just say she was incredible.
What the fuck,
Let me tell you
horseman?
something. I strongly recommend her. You take her when you have the chance.
You've grown.
my
You didn't
brother.
turn bright. It still definitely took me by surprise, but
My wife? These peasant girls, they believe every word a fellow says. So naive. It's really quite charming. I love peasants. Don't you love peasants? I love them. They have such purity.
purity.
Are you gonna marry her?
Ha! Marry a peasant? My dear boy, don't be absurd. I'm going to be the next president of Mexico. My wife will meet ambassadors, kings, other great men. The very thought that I would marry some peasant girl with a tight gun and the hands of a farmer, well, I really don't think so. My mother, que Dios la cuide, would turn in her grave.
Interesting.
But come on, let's run. I've got an amazing present for you, my brother, huh? Yes? The man you seek. Together, we will bring them to justice. Let's go.
Wow. Also, wouldn't tighter be better?
Come on, mi hermano. This is the day we have both been waiting for.
That's what, like, it makes me so mad that you can't,
Let's ride, my
like, there's no
brother.
choices. Like, I can't choose to, like, not fucking rescue this dude and, like, let him die, so, like, Louisa doesn't have this shithead of a
Word of your fight with Allende's men,
boyfriend, lover, whatever you want to call it.
Santa is dead. I am happy
There's no
with your
choices.
bullet, John, after what he did to you in Chuparosa.
I wasn't gonna give him a second chance to kill me.
It must have felt good.
Not particularly. He was hardly worth a bullet.
More? I'm always afraid to skip if they're gonna talk.
Where are they,
Yep, see?
Abraham?
They are at El Presidio, John. Can you believe it? The place we first met.
Oh wow,
The
where you
scene
are
of one of
full
my
of
greatest
TNT.
victories over Allende's traitors. I could not write a better story.
It's a story I want to finish.
It is a story we both want to finish, my brother. If my rebels can take El Presidio, then we can move on Escalera. The revolution is happening, John.
Are you sure they're there? Escuela and Williamson?
Javier Escuella is there. That much I am sure of. I don't know about Williamson.
Escuela will do for now.
I am told they paid Allende to hide them. They have been in his protection since you arrived in Mexico. You see, you should have trusted your brother, Abraham, all along.
When we have them, then you can start making me feel bad. Immediately after you thank me for everything I've done for you, amigo.
Why is the yellow dot
I knew I had
behind
heard the
us?
name Javier Escuella before. He is from this province. They tell me he was once a notorious bounty hunter and also one of the early revolutionaries.
That sounds about right.
All before my rebellious urges took hold, of course. I think I was still traveling in Europe at the time. I was living in Madrid.
Madrid.
The ambassador's wife.
That sounds about right as well. Escuela was always a torn man. A cynic who desperately wanted to be a romantic.
Whereas you, Joe, are a romantic who wants to be a cynic.
Javier would die fighting for what he believed in. He had a lot of passion, no love. Although he really admired Dutch, of course. But then we all did.
You was the leader of your little group of fortune hunters, ¿verdad?
When Dutch started falling apart, it hit Javier harder than any of them. He went crazy. It was like the one thing he'd ever believed in turned out to be a fraud.
You talk about him fondly.
It ain't exactly fondness. We was close once, but he never cared for me or anybody else. Not any of his so-called brothers. He left me to die. He had the chance to save me.
Didn't he teach you any Spanish during all this time you were together?
I remember cabron being used a lot.
Well, now you get to pay that cabron a surprise visit.
I ain't here for revenge. I just need him and Williamson. So who was that girl back there?
Another loyal supporter, a free man.
can't even remember the name of the girl you're marrying.
Have you ever known power, John?
I'm a semi-literate farmer and hired killer. I ain't in the power game.
Then you will never have the knowledge that any woman will bear your child. And for her, it will be an honor.
I've known about enough bastards without making too many more of my own.
A man like me cannot be with just one woman. It would
Gross.
be an injustice to the people I have devoted my life to serve.
You have
Gross.
an interesting way of serving the people. Kind of like a national champion.
I owe to the future of Mexico to breed, my brother. If I can get noble blood flowing through the veins of peasants, can you imagine how great this country can be? An army of reyes, of kings.
I wish I'd never asked.
Have you enjoyed your time in Mexico, John?
It ain't exactly been a vacation. Why are you talking like this is already over?
I don't know. One way or another, this might be the end. What do you think of the Mexican people?
I ain't sure. Some of them been kind, but a lot of them tried to kill me.
Come, my brother. I know what you Americans call us. Greasers, sun greeners, pepper guts.
I've never heard of any of those.
Very much.
I don't care who a man is, what he does, or where he's from.
I've never heard any of those
I'll do the
names.
same.
It's that simple for you, isn't it? You would make a fine socialist.
What about the Chinese workers here? I hear you ain't exactly made them very welcome.
That is different. They are an inferior race.
You have all the makings of a great leader, Abraham.
Semi-literate and a non-swimmer all gets character beats in the story. Oh, yeah, he doesn't swim. But I think Arthur swims, right?
Gaining momentum. Do you have any idea how many times I've thought about the day I will march into Escalera and storm Allende's mansion?
I think I have some idea.
Soon it will be me sleeping on those silk sheets and the colonel lying with the cucarachas.
From what I've seen of Allende, you might want to wash those sheets.
You might be right, my friend.
Do you really think a revolution can work? Do you have enough men?
Revolution begins with one person, John.
One person ain't gonna defeat the Mexican army.
The poor are many and together we are strong. They are ready to fight.
If it does work,
it will.
If it does work, and you take down Allende, what then?
I will give the greatest speech of my life.
But after all the fighting and all the speeches are over, what will you do?
I will march on the capital and take on Sanchez himself.
All right, when Mexico's yours, and you have all the power you desire, what will you do with it?
Like any great leader, my brother, I will delegate.
I like how John's like, yeah, but what are you gonna do? And he's just like, well, then I'm gonna do this. Yeah, but then what are you gonna do?
I have to say, I'm not usually in favor of American interference, but it will be sad to see you go.
I ain't going nowhere till I have Bill Williams.
Yeah, he's not getting the point.
This is over.
I want to go home, work my land, and grow old with my wife.
That is hard for me to imagine.
It's hard for me too, but I've pulled this trigger too many times now. I'm getting tired.
Well, get ready to pull it a few more times. El Presidio will be heavily guarded.
Oh, I think I got a few more left in me.
Maybe one day you can return to Mexico like Lando Enriquez.
Lando.
A famous outlaw come to die in the sunshine. I can always use a cynical American renegade on my staff.
I'll bear that in mind.
Damn, how long is this drive? Holy shit.
Allow me some silence on the journey. I have the weight of a nation on my shoulders.
Okay, so now I can skip, right? I'm skipping. He literally was like, let's just chill, right? Right? The X in the cutscene is kind of funny.
My men will launch a ruse attack on the side entrance to the fort. Meanwhile, you, my American friend, will drive this wagon at the front gate and jump off when you're close. It's been packed with 5 crates.
I fucking remember this quest, guys.
Yes,
this
like
took me so many tries.
Plenty long enough, I think.
Okay.
See you in there, amigo. Good luck, my brother. We will be right behind you.
I have to steer still, right? Okay. What? See, that's the thing is I'm barely touching any directions and the horses are going like absolutely fucking crazy. Okay, so here? Nope. As soon as you jump off, they just go in one direction. No, it's not that I can't jump off right. It's that the horses like don't go straight. As soon as you jump off, they just go in a different direction. It's very annoying. Plus this guy bumps into you sometimes. See, like he hits you, he bumps into you and makes your cart go askew. See? I jumped off and the horse just went off to the side. Like it's very annoying. Did you saw that, right? I jumped off and they just sharp turned.
Go on, jump! You can do this!
Like, it's not all me. And this guy bumping into me does not help either. See? See? Yeah. He just did that and knocked me. Okay, that time somehow it worked. But that one, that last one, that was just, that was something else entirely. Oh, shit. I'm too slow. I'm being too slow.
This is your chance, John. Find the huella.
This is your chance, John. But what's the question mark about? There's lots of question marks. Is that for after? Reload. There's a man right in front of you. Oh, I can't shoot him. There's this man, though.
Find the huella before he escapes, my friend.
A nice Wilhelm scream there. Give me these, give me these. Repeater ammo full, okay. Am I using the right weapon over here? What's these questions? Hello? Search the tower for Escuela. You always find him in the last... Oh, is it seriously? No matter which one you go? That's funny. Okay. Sliding. No, 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 John. Alright, just. Are you kidding? Just go down. This is a joke. This shit is not made for mouse and keyboard, let me just tell you. Dead. Muerto. He's so funny. Ooh. Wait, who's alive? Are you alive? Who's alive? Underneath? Okay. Bolt action rifle? Is this any good? Oh.
I guess this ain't gonna end well for someone.
Ah! Go in!
I know you're here, old friend!
Stop getting stuck on the environment. Oh, what's this? Oh, I can't look yet. Okay. Searching the barracks. Oh my gosh. Am I gonna get shot while I'm looting? Okay, so also it looks like above. Crap, John. The fuck? Ah.
Hello, old friend. It's been a long time.
Hello, brother. It's good to see you. I heard you was coming. You took your time, no?
Can I kill him?
Come on, you're not gonna shoot your own brother, are you? We was
Yeah.
family.
Yeah,
I will.
we were. Then you and Dutch went crazy and family didn't mean so much.
So now you do the government's work.
And what do? You just work for a different government.
Come on, brother. I think we should go our separate ways, huh?
What you and Dutch did was wrong. And the way you left me
What
was
they
wrong.
do?
No, I hate to judge, but as it turns out, it's you or me. The way I see it, might as well be you.
We thought you was dead, brother. I promise. I'm telling the truth. Besides,
Like his?
I can give you bill. In Dutch. Dutch is in Colombia. I can take you straight
A
to
sombrero? Is that a sombrero?
You left me to die to save your own skin, and now you expect me to care about
Whoa,
you?
You got it all wrong, brother. I've always loved you. Even now.
Motherfucker.
You never won. You good at this, John.
Are you kidding me?
Got him, mother.
What the fuck was that?
Oh man.
There's no way. That's bullshit.
Live after what you did!
Doesn't matter, I fucking killed him. Shot him 27 times. Why did I put his dead body in a jail cell?
Come with me. The army sent
Oh
reinforcements.
gosh.
The army is coming. Get up there and man that cannon.
No, move out of the way. In case he's a zombie. I'm not playing that DLC yet. What? That cannon? Oh. Well. That seems a little embarrassing. John, I'm going to lose my mind. I can't use the... Okay, sure. Because logically that fucking makes sense, right? What the fuck? Like, how are you supposed to get up there? Not... I feel like not really. Oh, there's the cannon. What? Oh, kinda. Yeah, now I kinda remember this part. Wait. All of that and I just did the one shot? Okay, sure. Sure. No, can we... John. Can we move like normal people? Wait, he's dead. Get him from the jail cell? He's dead. Pendejo! He's very much dead. No. He's just sleeping. Falling out of windows and down ladders, I was still able to defeat the army with my single cannonball. Took down the entire army. I am a gamer.
Two old friends reunited. It is a beautiful thing.
The Jar Jar
Mr.
Binks
Marston,
technique.
fancy seeing you down here.
Who are you?
Well, it is a pleasant surprise, I must say.
He's not looking very healthy. We told you to keep them alive.
You should be glad to have him at all.
Just remember your obligations to the government, Mr. Marston. We need you to find Williamson, then head to Blackwater as quick as you can. We have reason to believe that Dutch Vanderland is in the area.
Your wife sends her regards.
Oh, hi, Jeff. I'm a little confused. Also, I need to go gun shopping. Who can I go to? You guys don't have a gun shop. Escalera. Escalera has guns. Alright, Jeff, we gotta camp somewhere.
Let's go.
Your wife sends her. Yeah, they're mysterious and weird and creepers. So obviously. Nikki said, Our hire. Can I go back yet? Oh, rentable property? Let's go. Oh, wait, I can cross the river now? Wait, wasn't I not allowed to before?
Go.
Yeah, the bridge is open. Yeah, now I'm back in Rio Bravo. Come on, Jeff. Put your gun away. You don't need it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Alright, I need some, yeah, I need some stuff. I don't like that you can't buy clothes in this one. I loved dressing Arthur in 2. I thought it was very cute. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's right here? What? This is cool. Oh, wait, don't I already own this?
Slow up.
Wow, it's so clunky, dude. $5. You can now say, oh, save here once? Oh, well, that's silly. Save. Oh, I lost my Mexican poncho when I finished that for whatever reason. It's interesting. Okay, well, one single time, I guess. Alright, wait, I want to fast travel, so I need to go, like, a little away from here. Can I put my camp down here? Is it gonna be like, no, you're too close to something else? Yeah. Can I go across the street? Yes, I am off. I am. This isn't a settlement. Come on. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Alright, where should I go? Destination. Plainview, Benedict Point, Ridgewood, Rathskeller, Armadillo, probably, right? Or Thieves Land. Armadillo, probably. Outfit checklist? Yeah. For sure. Do I have to be in a room for that, or can you just look at them? Like, are they just in the journal? Oh, outfits. There we go. Okay, so... Deadly Assassin? Oh, geez. Okay. Capture, kill, win a duel. Okay. Purchase the suit from the tail. Oh, I can just buy that one, apparently. Oh. Oh, stop going too far. Stop. There we go. Search Solomon's Folly. Complete a horse-breaking job. Ridgewood Farm. Oh, so I have to play poker for that one. Okay. Minute horseshoes in McFarland's Ranch. Scrap a Bollard. Oh, claim a Bollard Twins gang bounty. Interesting. I have 2 of these somehow. Treasure Hunter. Search. Complete California Stranger's task. Make profit. Playing blackjack. Treasure Hunter bounty. Gaptooth Breach hideout. Good a night watch job. Liar's Dice and Casa Madrugada. A Bandito bounty alive. Undiscovered, undiscovered, undiscovered. Oh. Oh, I happen to just have this one. Okay, cool. Expert Hunter. Kill a cougar with a stick of dynamite. Oh, see, kill and skin 8 snakes. I can probably do that one. Wow, I've harvested 5,000 pounds of meat. Savvy Merchant. Execute 20 people? Let's go. You don't want to die? What do you mean? Well, that's cool. What are the search things? Like, it says, like, search... Hold on, what did it say? Some of them said, like, search Coots Chapel, search Thieves Land. Like, what am I searching for? Search Solomon's... Like, what am I searching for? Apparently, I did one of them, so I don't know. It'll be a chest. Okay, makes sense. Or a lockbox. Makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, is it morning? Or is it evening? Kill a cougar! Lol. I think everything's closed right now, so maybe I should rest in my house. There's the bank, there's a general store. Yeah, see, the gunsmith's right there, okay. Is this... It's this one that's upstairs, right? Jeff! Guys, I was so devastated last stream, when I tried to help those people and I came back and Jeff was dead. I was like, actually fucking devastated. Wait, is this my bedroom? Oh. No? What? Okay. A hunter challenge to kill. I want to look at what the achievements are, but I also know that you said that some of them are Undead Nightmare, which makes it kind of confusing. Okay, so now it's morning, right? Yeah, the gunsmith is right there. Hello. I would like... Oh, wait, how much? I don't have a lot of money. I have 300. Ugh, great. I still can't believe I got robbed by the police.
Why, hello. There you go.
Buy. Not available. Why all not available? Didn't it say that there was a new weapon?
Business is what keeps this country great. You surely won't regret a purchase.
That's like, what the heck? I could have sworn that there was a little pop-up that was like, there's a new weapon available for you to buy.
Howdy, mister.
You need something for that gout? Any trouble, let me know.
Chewing tobacco.
Why do I feel like I just got robbed?
Why do I feel like I just got robbed? Lol. Oh wait, so what's good to sell here? Like, I know stuff from south is good to, so what? Like,
All my products are of the finest quality, sir.
armadillos?
Anything else I can do for you? I'm getting a new horse next week.
Bobcats. Holy smokes. Fox. Coyote. Cougar. Yeah, I'm probably not doing this right at all, but... I have so many wolf pelts, that's crazy. How come there's not like a sell all info? Quantity, there we go. I and K, that's so weird. That's very strange. Horse hide, 7. Snake? That's not really much money though. Like, there's no reason to keep these because you, like, cooking isn't as like, intricate. It's fine. I don't know what else to do.
You like it?
In Mexico? There's no crafting. Yeah, see, I was like, I don't really know what's what and, like, what's worth what, but it's whatever. Alright. So... now, yeah, like, what do I do about this, like, mysterious gunsmith that just doesn't, like, have stuff now? Okay, can I use this to get back into Mexico, or does it only go into the US? Oh, no, sorry! I meant to talk to you! No, come back! No, I was just... No! No! I just meant to talk to him! Why is that an option? Why is that an option? I just meant to talk to him. What the fuck? Alright, so do I not have all my stuff again? Okay, I don't have... Okay, I have to do all of that again. Alright, I'm just... Alright. So it's not worth then, Dave? I should just wait and just not sell them right now? I just wanted to talk to him and ask him where he can take me, okay? is good to go now. Let's see. Wait, what's going on? Oh. Oh, wait. Can I break this up?
What the hell are you doing?
He got a knife. Wait, I just want to wait. No, wait. I didn't want to have to use my gun. I literally just wanted to like punch him, and he was just like shove. Well, I broke it up, right? I did it. All right, where's the cart now? How'd I get all fucked up over here? Okay. Okay. Sir, where can you take me? Ride shotgun. Ride as passenger. Okay. Okay. No, he can only go to the US. So what's the closest? How do I get out now? How do I get out now? There we go. Okay, so what's the closest to getting down back into Mexico? Benedict Point, I guess, or Plainview, maybe? Alright, well, this guy just, like, fucked off, so... Come back. 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 Waypoint? Really?
Give me the Escalera.
Lay down, sir. Count some sheep.
Wait, really?
I can feel 40 wings coming on.
Is that a thing for real, sis? Oh, so you can go to Waypoint. Oh, that's amazing. Actually amazing. Oh, whose dead body is this? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. I told you forever ago. Why do you assume I remember anything? ¿Por qué, María?
No, para atrás, para atrás. Usted para atrás, para atrás, para atrás.
John gives no fucks.
¡Rebeldes! ¡Escuchen cómo explotamos el
¡Otra vez!
Welcome to Mexico. My brothers and I are just discussing the future of our country.
Okay, let this man go. And who are you, gringo? I'm no one. But unless you want this town to tear you and your boys to shreds, I suggest you let him go. And you think you could tell me what to do, friend?
Oh, you should listen to him, friend.
Look at that. You want to risk it?
The American is a drunk. If I were you, I would pull that trigger.
Put the gun down, Americano.
Ya, mátalo.
¡Dejen mi hombre!
¡Mierda! ¡Ay, Dios mío!
Puta Santa Maria!
So you want to settle this now, friend? Or you want me to shoot you in the head right now for that poor girl? Okay, but we fight like men, not like dogs.
absolutely blasted in the face for killing fucking Luisa.
Thanks, my brother. Now the people are finally ready. Today we overthrow the Coronel.
I don't want to cut him. I don't want to cut him free. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it.
Untie me.
Luisa.
Now while we have the chance.
Luisa. Luisa.
Senor, there are prisoners in jail who
Oh, that makes me so mad she died and he literally doesn't fucking care.
They will be a great help to us.
Oh, that makes me so upset.
Juntos podemos devolver el poder al pueblo. Únanse a la lucha. Juntos
Oh, okay, I can't go through doors now, apparently. Cool. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed fucking Luisa died for fucking nothing. Oh my god, why do I not have a weapon? I didn't have a fucking weapon.
La libertad y la prosperidad están a nuestro alcance. Durante ustedes han sufrido la tiranía y la opresión. Por favor. ¡Intruso! ¡Tiene liberado el preso!
I shot him in the hip.
Libéranos, amigo. Somos leales a Abraham Reyes.
What did I do? Shoot the locks. You guys almost just died.
Don't think you'll be wanting this no more, friend.
Fragile place. It's just more like that she gave her life for a revolution she believed in and like a man she thought she loved and it was not. I don't think I did this one last time, did I? Because I do not remember that.
Time to finish this.
I mean, this doesn't change much. I don't remember literally anything, but you know. Why I had to restart this game. Because it had actually been too long that I forgot the story. Whoa, where are you going? I can't loot any of this stuff. And it cost her whole... Yeah, exactly. And her whole fucking family died for this.
God help this country if we go to war again.
Bruh. These dudes do not die. Like, the fact that they need more than, like, one shot to the dome is insane to me. See, like, this guy, how is this guy on the turret still alive? Oh, okay, sure. Cool, sure.
Vamos, mis hermanos, tomamos la mansión de Allende.
Who's next? If you're the army, then we're all still.
Bro. How are these guys? Like, seriously. Some of these dudes are taking like 5-6 bullets to the gut. Doesn't faze them at all.
Mira cómo cantan las balas. Escucha, loco.
Come on!
If I go a little bit slower, it sounds good. Okay, why not? One for you, one for you. Oops. Alright, I gotta get turret guy. A little excessive? Maybe. Maybe. Remember me nombre! John, you're so funny. You're so funny, John. Oh, I think I hit the turret all of those times and not him. There we go.
me when you had the chance.
Okay. Can I looties? Just a little looties? Just a little baby looties?
Go for the machine gun, Joe.
The machine gun. Which machine gun? This one. Oh.
We can use gunpowder to blow the door
Okay,
open.
well I guess I'll loot too, but...
Wait for my
Go.
signal.
Okay. Now where am I? Where? Here? Do not shoot until they're clear.
No, Joe.
But what if... What if I did? Come on, come out to the clearly machine gun Gatling fire. It's obviously safe. Motherfucker, stop running into the gunfire. I guess I should leave it since they just keep running into the death. Oh my god, there's so much loot. There's so much loot. Oh my gosh, there's so much loot in here, guys. Do you see this? Do you see all this loot? Oh my god.
I need it more than you now.
I'm literally stuck. I can't move. There we go. Get your loot on. I know. What do I...
There are more coming up the hill. Defend the gate, Joe. Nobody gets through.
Sure. Protect the villa. Get back to the gun. You can use the Gatling gun. Oh, okay, good. Running, 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 running. Running, 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 running. Get it. How is this dude alive? Yay! Oh my god, there's so much loot.
This ain't nice.
Can I loot, or is it gonna be one of those things that it's like I took too long and I abandoned the cause and they think that I hate them?
Come on, we can still get to my stagecoach. Go then. I'll cover you. They're getting away. We have to stop them.
Oh. Catch Williamson. Oh wait, Bill. Can I shoot him or do I have to catch him? Oh, they've got a Gatling gun in their thing.
Be this way, Bill.
Oh my gosh, run. How are we supposed to catch him? Can I just like jump on somebody else's horse or something? Disable Williamson's stagecoach.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This horse kind of sucks. He's no Jeff, that's for sure. Okay, so how do I like do this then? Oh, that was amazing. Okay. Cap the driver, good point.
Not good. Stop shooting at me!
Oh, nice.
What the hell are you doing? Find my freedom, pendejo! Now shut up, you dumb ape, and get out of the wagon! Apúrate!
I'm coming out! Don't shoot! Here, take Williamson. Just let me live. I will leave the country, I promise.
You always
Oh, I get to
was
just.
weak.
Ah, yes. Every time I shift my weight forward like this, it hurts my tailbone, and I keep doing it.
My people are free, and it is all thanks to you, Joe.
And to the people who laid down their lives.
There's so much loot. Oh my god.
People like Luisa.
Oh yes, she was very brave, and she will be missed.
No, you fucking won't. Don't lie, you asshole.
Who was she again?
Your peasant girl wife to be?
Oh yes, of course. She will have a day named after her. Laura's Day.
Luisa.
What? Oh yes, I know Laura as well. Magnificent girl. Like riding a pompous bull it was, amigo. You never saw
I hate this man so much. I want to kill him so bad.
Anyway, enough about sport. Let's get back to politics. I trust you will join us in riding on the Capitol.
I'd love to, but with Williamson dead, my jailers need me back in Blackwater.
Hey, ¿qué hacen? Levántense. Well, I must say, I'll miss you, John Marston.
I doubt you'll even remember me, Abraham, but it's been an experience. Good luck with the revolution. If you win power, remember why you wanted it.
Well, travel safely, amigo. Vámonos.
Oh, see? That's my first story achievement. So yeah, we're approaching new territory, guys. They'll make the law treat you kindly in Mexico. Interesting. All right, so now... Holy shit. I have to go so far. All right, where's there a stagecoach? God damn. Gun store? Okay. What a witness to what? I didn't do anything. A witness to what? Get up, John. What is this fucker, like, what is he doing?
You want money to shut up?
What? But what? Alright. Gun store. In here. What? What am I doing?
You want cash to keep quiet, friend?
Am I not fucking allowed in here? That's like, that's craziness. That's craziness.
I'll kill you!
Who, John? What? What is happening? Like, what is happening? Wait, where's my outfit that I can wear so that they'll be nice to me? Didn't it say that I got another outfit? I'm so confused. Oh, I discovered the list to get the outfit. Okay. That's crazy. All right, so okay, now I have to rest one more time to make it morning. See, it says new weaponry, but I bet you it won't let me fucking buy it. Okay. All right, you motherfuckers. Will you let me shop? Okay, the gunsmith is up here. Pistolero. Okay.
Let me know if I can help.
Okay.
Buenos dias.
Semi-auto pistol?
You know your guns.
Let's go. What is this? Are these treasure maps?
As you like.
Or no, those are just regular maps. Alright, let's see what I have to
Señor,
sell.
This is not bad at all. Conforme.
Oh yeah, if I do this, and then this, which I find to be very stupid.
Todo tu servicio.
Okay. Sell these two. F. Oh? Thought I had more?
At your service.
Oh, this is what I meant to be. That's all. There's only 3. The villagers have cooled up. I don't know what that was all about, but that was crazy. They wanted my whole entire face to die. Okay, so now, in theory, I should be able to take the wagon
That's all I got for you this time.
to... Hold on. Is that everything?
Hi there.
My weapons are the mejores.
Oh no,
en esta
Lamat
guerra.
revolver. That's kind of cool. And a semi-auto shotgun, which I can't buy yet. So let's see what else I can sell. I don't think I have $500 worth of stuff though. Cool guns. Oh, it's time for the cool guns. Oh yeah, let's sell these guys for sure. Okay, that's enough money. Yay. Oh no, stop. I didn't mean to hit it twice. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff. Okay, this semi-auto shotgun. Okay. Now that should be everything, right? Okay. Now I can actually leave.
I feel like I just got robbed.
Why do I feel like I just got robbed? Okay. Ducky! Where is Jeff? Where's the carriage? What the why? Bro. Get out of here. I'm going to the carriage. Going to the carriage.
Sube, gringo. ¿A dónde quieres ir?
Okay. Wait, oh, I didn't put it. I do have a marker, don't I? Oh, no, I don't. Hold on. Waypoint. Let's go. Let's go. Skip to destination.
I just need to close my eyes a minute.
All right. We have officially crossed our first playthrough. And we are in new territory now. That's exciting. Wait, I don't even think I've been here. Oh, is this?
Sir.
Oh no, he's not.
Look
The
like
mysterious
a man
man.
who can do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay.
Then looks can be deceiving, pal.
Perfect.
Oh.
As honesty is in my business the worst policy. I work for our well-respected governor, Nate Johns.
That makes sense.
Now, there is a certain individual spreading nasty rumors about Mr. Johns. I'd like you to put a stop to this vile gossip and malingering.
Suppose I can handle that? For the right price?
Now, this individual has had the misfortune to be photographed enjoying some rather inappropriate company.
Hookers.
Seen with a local whore. Take these photographs to him. After you take care of business, return to me and I'll pay up the reward for your services. You're doing great things for your state, dear friend. You should be proud.
Show the blackmail photos to the political opponent. What? Where is that? Oh shit, okay, so I have to find out what the name of this quest is called then. Journal. Strangers. American lobbyist. Okay. Water and honesty. American appetites. Flowers for a lady. Ava in peril. Poppycock. Wait, so where's the guy then? Here? Ah, okay. This is kind of cool. This is like an actual, like, civilization here. Oh, this looks very political. Come back between 7 and 6. I said help! Yes?
Some mudsill just stole my horse. Pony up and stop
Oh,
him.
Jeff? Jeff, we gotta go! Jeff, we gotta go! Come on, Jeff! Jeff, we gotta go!
Come on.
Whoa there.
How the fuck do I get... Can Jeff... Oh, Jeff can jump. Holy shit. Jeff, you got this. Okay, go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Yeah. Lasso or get on the horse. Okay. Come here, horse. Come here, horse. Come here, horse. Gotcha. Let's go! Jump, Jeff, jump! He's so jumpy, he did it. He's so good, he did it. Jeff's so fast. Jeff's so fast. Ah! Go, Jeff, go! Here's your horse back. You're welcome. Does that count? Release? Release? Okay. Yeah? There you go. Cool. Okay. Hello. I want to buy this house. This seems like a very vital place to purchase. Where can I put Jeffrey? Sour mash whiskey. Jeffrey, my dear. You will have to wait right here. Hello. I want to buy this house. Wait, is this not it? Is it above? Is it? I want to purchase this house. Is it above? Hello. Talk to the bartender. Usually you can just go right up to the doors. I bet it's inside. Save. Wait, do I already own this? Is green like already owned? How? I feel like I haven't been here. Maybe I have been here and I'm just really not remembering. Okay. Now. The political opponent was over here, right? Where's Jeff? I left Jeff right here. Where'd he go? Wouldn't he be like close to outside my house? Oh, I do have to go piss, girl. Let's see. What time is it? It's 5:45 or 4:45 in the morning. Go over here and wait. I do. I have to go piss, girl. So I might just set myself up near this house and just wait a second here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna do this. Well, no, I'm not gonna be right there just in case. But yeah, I gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. Enjoy the sounds of the Wild West. So, enjoy the sounds of the Wild West. About the sounds of pissing. Go to bed? Why? Gazebo sunrise. Oh, that's actually really pretty that the game did that. Oh, the clock! Look, the clock shows it's 6:10. You're not my daddy. Or is he? That's a really cool shot, actually. Whoa, let's not say those things. Hey, hey, hey. It's nothing to be ashamed of here. It's nothing to be ashamed of here. Morning Star Ferry.
Always a pleasure to see you.
That is also true. Nikki's not gonna go to bed if you tell her to go to bed. Piss up a rope?
It's jail for Marston if I catch sight of him in Blackwater. That's a damn lie.
Wait, where's the... Oh, here. Here's the bell tower. Alright, we've got a half hour left. In-game. We've got about probably 40... I want to try to go till 2. Which is 45 minutes. But I am getting a little sleepy. But I shouldn't be sleepy. I stayed up all night playing Enshrouded. Guys, I know I said I wasn't going to rebuild in Enshrouded. But I ended up completely flat leveling my entire camp. So everything is flat, like completely flat. No more like little hills and little this and little that. It's completely fucking flat and it looks beautiful. But I was up to like 6 doing that. Excuse me. But I slept till 12, so like I should be fine. High in the Brat Tamer character? Really? How does that work? I'm curious. Alright, we have 15 more minutes in game here. Which I think it's seconds. Is it seconds? No, it's about like 2-ish seconds almost. Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 seconds. It's almost time though. Almost time. Is this guy just gonna appear? Oh, people straight up just appear. That's kind of funny.
Good morning.
That's actually kind of funny that people just literally just appear.
Are you looking for me?
Hello.
Hey there, fella. What do you think of our governor, Nate Johns?
Nate Johns? Why, that no good lying, backstabbing bastard. I like to see him horsewhipped.
Horsewhipped.
Why you ask, friend?
Need to make sure I had the right man. Would you care to take a quick look at a couple photographs of you coming out of a fine place of not much repute?
That lady just walks over here.
As I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted.
Seriously, Mike getting shrouded.
Nate Johns
I enjoy
is a
it.
fine man and an even better governor. And I consider it an honor to call him my friend.
Wise man.
Also, I like that you tagged me to like make sure I read it. Like I miss chats, commonly miss chats and stuff, you know. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Nah, I'm just kidding.
Look out, lady.
Look out, lady. Oh, oh, here you go, dude. Howdy? Oh, excuse me. $20. That's like 20 whole dollars.
$101, $102, $103, $105,
I'm here to see Mr. Ross.
107, 109.
Edgar Ross.
113. Upstairs on the right. 114. 115. 116. 117.
Buy a hooker? I already bought one. She cost me $200.
Mr. Marston, so glad to see you. How was your journey?
Where's my wife and son?
Being well looked after. Well looked after.
I want to see him.
Mr. Ross wants to speak with you. We've had some important developments.
You want me to take out a gun and blow a fucking hole in your head right here? Right now?
Yep.
You want that?
I
Mr.
do.
Marston,
You want that?
Mr.
I do.
Marston, I ask you to calm down.
Why? Why? I did what you asked. I got you Williamson and Escuela. It's over. Stop playing games with me.
No one's playing games with you, Mr. Marston. But if we were to play some games, there'd be some interesting ones we could play.
Thanks, sir.
Like hanging you for murder. Or confiscating all your property. Like that little farm of yours. Or having you put in an electric chair. Those are the sort of games we could play. But we choose to play a different game. So calm down and play along with us.
Where's my wife?
You know, I forget. But I hear it's very nice this time of year. Mr. Marston, please. I've never insulted your meager intelligence. Do not insult mine. We've done this little deal for your freedom in exchange for all your men from your old gang. You gave us Williamson and Escuela. We still don't have Vanderlyn, but now we know where he is.
Then go and shoot him.
No, sir. I want you to shoot him for me. And then I'll let you be. The last thing I want to do is make martyrs out of all these people. He could be killed by some petty squabble by another lowlife.
We believe Vanderlyn is holed up with a group of renegades near the wreck of the Serendipity riverboat.
Yes. Another group of renegades. Obviously, the first group, your group, has, shall we say, been disbanded?
Disbanded.
Anyway, Mr. Ford and Mr. Marston, shall we go? Oh, Mr. Marston, your wife and son are doing well. Let's both try to ensure things stay that way. Okay?
After you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Marston, one more thing. This is for you.
You're too kind.
See, I have nothing but your best interest at heart.
Let's hope it doesn't go off by mistake.
Yeah, I believe they are.
343.
I have a patent for that, sir. This is an outrage. Ah, Mr.
Oh
Marston.
my
You're alive.
God.
Wes Dickens? Thought you were headed to Peking.
So did I. So did I. A long story. But now it seems I'm being put under arrest and charged with narcotic possession or some other such nonsense.
Ross, have him release this man.
Why?
Because he's a harmless old fraud, the kind of man that built this country. And because he helped me get Williamson.
Did you hear that, officer? The man's a hero. Let him go. Come on, Marston. Moral degeneracy waits for no man. Let's hurry along.
God, fucking Wes Dickens.
345. 347. 348. 3.
All right, Mr. Fordham, onward.
Do I get to drive a car? Alright, are they gonna talk to me?
Isn't this something?
Okay.
Lawmakers and lawbreakers working together for the good of civilization.
Like you always say, sir, the higher the stakes, the smarter you have to play the game.
I can't imagine I ever said anything quite so trite. In any case, I'm not sure Mr. Marston would agree with us.
Unfortunately, Mr. Marston isn't broad-minded enough to appreciate the unique opportunity we're offering him.
Son of a...
The weird, creepy piano is cool. I don't think there has been proof of life. I don't think so, no.
Because according to my files, you are the horse son.
Whoa, whoa, what did I miss?
Call from the mines. Ooh, let's see. You killed hundreds of innocent people. You've robbed at least 40 banks that we're aware of.
They told us there was a prize when we got to 50.
I'm glad this is all such a joke to you.
I want
Was that Jeff?
my family.
And I'm sure all the men you murdered wanted their families too. Come now, you're stupid. But you're not that stupid. We both know how this has to be. And it could be all over today. As soon as we find Dutch Vanderlyn, you can go back home and play being a farmer again or whatever else you've been pretending to do for the last few years.
First it was Bill, now it's Dutch. After Dutch, it'll be somebody else. Where does it end?
It ends when we say it ends. You're in no position to make demands.
Like you live. You don't just walk away from that. Buy a few chickens and make it all disappear. You should be dead or rotting in a jail cell by now. We are giving you a chance at new life. A chance at redemption. You can't erase your past, Mr. Marston. But
We're under the assumption that they are because they want John to do what they want him to do.
She's running well, sir.
Such an elegant way to travel. What do you think of this automobile, Mr. Marston?
Slow.
But so convenient and reliable.
It's nice.
Are you comfortable?
No.
You see this, Mr. Fordham?
No.
A brooding cowboy. There aren't many of these left, you know.
Look at all the
Bit of a
horses.
cliche, admittedly, but still a dying breed. Like the buffalo. Just as dumb, but not quite as...
I wonder how much gas they used then.
Cows by rail these days, I hear.
Not where I'm from, they don't.
But you aren't from anywhere.
A new dawn is breaking, Mr. Marston. This is the age of the machine.
And soon, we'll all be living on the moon.
Maybe. This is the future. Anything is possible. Finally, this godforsaken land is entering the 20th century. Prosperity has arrived.
In the form of assholes like you.
I don't understand you people. The trappings of progress are here for the taking, and you're too stubborn to take them.
It's not far now. The old Serendipity wreck has been used as an occasional criminal hideout for years. We were informed that Vanderlyn and his gang are making camp there. We'll stop on the cliff above, and you and Agent Fordham will go on foot. I'll stay with the vehicle and keep watch.
And you'll do as I say, Marston. Don't try anything stupid.
Oh, I think he knows what's at stake. Don't you, Mr. Marston?
Let's find Dutch and finish this.
Right. Let's go, Mr. Marston.
How's this moon living life? Do you mean man? Yeah, what do you mean? Well, that's kind of cool. Very Last of Us.
Keep
Why
quiet.
are we going so slow?
Stay close.
Yes, sir.
Vanderlyn is the priority. We go in, take him down, and get the hell out of here. Quick and clean.
You leave Dutch to me. We don't want you getting that suit dirty.
If you step out of line, even once, well, I hope you're aware of the consequences.
Oh, eventually living on the moon.
Seems real quiet, don't you think?
Yeah, we wanted to live on the
Maybe Dutch
moon.
caught wind of things. That informant better not have been lying to us. Keep your eyes open.
They are open.
You know
I
the
don't
answer
see
to why he
nothing.
said that? Go ahead.
Feel right. This place is usually teeming with lowlifes.
Yeah, it's a trap, obviously. Like, this is so obviously a trap.
Don't test me, Marston. There's someone up there. You go investigate. I'll keep watch here.
Yeah, sure. Investigate the noise. Okay.
Hurry, there's somebody up there.
Is there uppies? Oh, over here. Uppies, okay. Oh, my nose itches. What? More up? How the fuck do I get more up? Reads books. Okay, so there is... How do I... go this way. This way. This way. Holy shit. This is a maze. It's gotta be fake. Oh no, there's a guy tied up over here.
Over here! I found him!
Good God, that's our informant. Gnosis, what the hell's going on here?
It's a trap!
Yeah, I said that.
Austin, you'll have to carry this man. I don't think he can walk.
Oh, great. We'll be living on the moon. He believes it's science fiction. Oh, Jesus.
I need to get out of here!
Don't stop now!
Don't stop now? My guy. You're being shot at.
You ain't nothing but a bunch of women!
Cover him!
You ain't nothing but a bunch of women.
Follow me.
You puny. One move, and you're a dead man!
The Jetsons was set only 37 years from now. That's kind of crazy if you think about it, really. This is crazy. Alright, can I switch? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, wait. But I can switch this, right? Shit, 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 shit. Shit! Okay, yeah, that's what I want.
You're hard men, are you?
I've got to be able to go faster than this. Where's the... Where?
It's just me and you, partner!
I like how the guy was like screaming the whole time too. It was very funny. John! Trudging along.
Who's this? What in God's name is going on?
Surrender now!
Put Nastas in the
Marcy,
car.
lift this fellow into the back seat. Put him in the car so we can get out of here. Let's go. There might be more of them.
That's fun. Ooh, I get to do shooties in the car?
Christ alive! What the hell happened down there?
Oh,
It was
no.
a trap. They were waiting for us.
And who is
I
this
said that.
savage?
I was like, this is a trap.
prisoner?
This is the informant, sir.
Do you speak English?
Yes, he does, sir. He's the informant.
Don't get snarky with me, Fordham.
We found him tied up on the boat. Then they jumped us.
Nice of you to help us out. Hell of a plan sending in 2 men to take on an entire gang of outlaws, especially when one of them's an office clerk.
First drive-by.
Social secretary.
Listen, if anyone's gonna do it, it'd be me. Can I skip? Should I skip? No? Oh, wait. It was 100 years from the date the show premiered. And so what? It premiered 63 years ago? Oh no.
What's wrong? I don't know. The motor just gave out. Well, fix it, you fool. We need to get this man to a doctor. Of course, sir.
Oh.
It's Dutch's men.
Get ready.
Boston, we'll hold them off.
Get ready.
Fordham, he'll fix that damn engine.
Okay.
Come on.
All right, let's get this guy. And then we'll start shooting.
That's too damn close. This is right here. Go home, buddy.
Hey! I was reloading, don't be rude. Loot. Look at that precious loot.
I can't see any more of them. Fordham, are we ready? Yes, sir, I think so. Come on, let's get back to Blackwater. Damn, that
Precious
was close.
loot.
We're lucky to be alive.
That precious
I'm beginning
loot.
to see why Mr. Marston here has made
I'm
it
in
to
loot
such a
denial.
ripe old age.
No, that's probably at least like $37 between all of those
So
people.
much for this automobile of yours. If this is the future, God help us all.
It's not the automobile. Bad workmen shouldn't blame his tools. Perhaps if Mr. Fordham maneuvered it with a little more finesse.
I was trying to escape an ambush, sir.
Even if it was running fine, they'd still have caught us. I can walk faster than this piece of crap. Give me a horse any day. So what now?
Crank
Do I
your
get to see
getaway
my
car.
family?
Where is Dutch
Oh.
Vanderlyn?
I don't know.
In that case, old boy, no, you don't get to see your family. It's a fairly simple agreement, Mr. Marston, even for a man as devoid of intellect as yourself.
Oh,
if you'd
really?
like me to explain it to you again, I'd be more than willing.
No, you've said enough.
We'll find Vanderlyn soon enough. For now, however, I suggest we call it a day.
So how does it feel? Taking a man's wife and child from him. Does it make you feel good?
How does it feel to kill hundreds of men in cold blood?
You're a coward.
Pretty fun.
You're a murderer. Actions have consequences, Mr. Marston. Come.
Pretty fun,
try to look on
actually.
the bright side.
The bright side? There ain't no bright side.
Your family is enjoying a much-needed vacation.
I'm sure
And in
that's not
far
how they
more
look at it.
luxurious surroundings than those to which they are accustomed. Sure. Soon you will be able to start a new life together, absolved of all your sins. I can think of far more upsetting alternatives.
You ain't God.
In your case, Mr. Marston, it turns out I am. We should take the Indian to Professor McDougal, see what he can get out of him.
Good idea, sir.
I just can't communicate with them.
What do you mean you can't communicate with them?
Here we are. Thank God for that.
So, this is the office of an anthropologist named McDougal. He was thrown out of Yale for degeneracy.
We should tell you something.
Indeed, but he's been helping us deal with the natives in this area.
They see him and they presume we're all idiot academics.
He's a race. No, I got that.
Mr. Ross, Mr. Fordham? Good day, good day. What on earth's going on here?
Kid got shot in the leg. Beat up pretty good.
We'll send a doctor. Now, McDougal, we need information from this fellow about Dutch Vanderlyn. Can you see what you can find out for us?
Do my best, sir.
Make sure you do.
Professor McDougal has been a good friend of the U.S. government, Mr. Marston, just like you. Why don't you see if you can help him in his study of the native problem in this county? That's a good thought.
Okay. You are famous. You will no longer get in trouble for stealing horses. Doggy. Weaponry is available at the gunsmith, which is across the road here. Yep, Mr. John Marston, that's me. Oh my gosh, can I get a haircut? A mortuary. Hello? Can I go in here? Lame. Alright, there's a clothing. There's a tailor. Hello?
How about I make you famous? All you gotta do is agree to a duel.
Oh, yeah. Let's definitely duel. Oh, we definitely dueling. A duel. A duel for a tool. Look at my— oh yeah, I forgot I have this cool pistolero now. Beautiful. Beautiful. What a beautiful duel. Ah! Did you not just see me shoot that man in cold blood? Fuck is that shit?
Hello,
Talk to the tailor.
Honored to show you what's in stock.
Okay, so you are clearly not who I'm looking for. Wait, is that tailor or is it a barber? Oh, it is a tailor. I thought it was gonna be a barber. Silly me. Wine, laundry, tools, fixtures, lumber and nails, gunsmith. Tack and feed. Master, bait and tackle.
Why, hello.
A throwing. Oh, I love the throwing knives. Those are so fun. Evans repeater is money. The Carcano rifle is money. The Mauser. Okay, I need to sell some stuff.
I'm not sure. Show me what you got.
I need to sell some shit, guys. Wait, don't I have a bajillion wolf hearts? I have 14 wolf hearts. Let's do that. Sell them. Okay. Horse meat, skunks, fox meat, hawk feathers. Let's sell those. Okay. Old DOS game called Gold Rush. Getting run over by horses and carriages. I think I'll do it just like as a little fun, maybe like a one-off or whatever, because you can beat the whole game in like 2 hours if you don't fuck it up. But I ended up getting Oregon Trail. And I think that could be a fun little, just like a little trip down memory lane kind of stream. Yeah, it's fun. Especially because a lot of you were not here for the Titanic stream. Which was definitely something. A zombie version of Oregon Trail? I've never heard of this. What was the Titanic stream? So, there was this game that I used to play when I was younger. This game came out in 1996, so I was 10 or 11 years old, give or take. And all I remembered was that you were on the Titanic, and you were like a reporter or an investigator or something, and you had to solve, like, you had to, like, solve, like, this mystery on the Titanic before the Titanic sank. And Chat and I ended up, like, looking it up and finding it on Steam. And I did a whole stream of it and tried to beat the entire game in one sitting after, keep in mind, it was like 25 years old and I had never beaten it because it was just hard.
How are you, mister?
I ended up playing it on stream and, oh, there's 3 guns here. I got stuck pretty close to the end, and some girl who came in, her name is Jessica, I'll never forget, some girl, she speed runs the game, and she helped me beat the game after 25 years. I don't know this one. Can I see my whole library from here? Yeah, it's clock guides, discussions, friends. Oh, I was gonna show you my library. It is called Titanic Adventure Out of Time. And yeah, it came out in '96, and I beat it on stream a few years ago. Where the fuck is this guy? Where the fuck is he? Holy shit. Oh, he wait. Oh, sorry, dude. No way, bro. Still running. Look, see, I didn't kill him this time, guys. Do you see?
Things ain't looking too fine, are they?
I didn't kill him this time, chat. No, not movie related. No, it came out... I think it came out right before the movie. I don't know. But yeah, it's called Adventure Out of Time. Adventure in Time, Adventure Out of Time. Either way, yeah. But I just remembered it was like... It's a point-and-click game. My bloodlust under control. It's a point-and-click game, and all I could remember was that I would spend hours, because you could literally explore the whole Titanic. Like, you could go through all of the rooms or the bunks or whatever they were called. Like, you could go to the gym, you could go to the cafe, like, you could go... Like that game Mist? Not quite. It's kind of...
I am not an animal.
Sad I missed it. Yeah, it was a long time ago. I would say that the majority of people who are like regulars in this community weren't around. Edutainment style? No. No. I'll show you guys in a minute. It's unfortunate that you can't you can't minimize the game. Wait, can this game be display graphics? So hold on, can I change it from full screen to window? Okay, I can make it windowed. There we go. Yes. Okay, now it is called Titanic Adventure Out of Time. I have 6.8 hours played. And yeah, it is it's a point and click adventure game where like you have like dialogue choices kinds of things. So yeah. And you like explore the whole Titanic. It's literally these characters are photographs, and then like the only thing that moves is like their mouths and like sometimes their eyes moves, but no, they're like they're like photos and their mouths move. It's very weird. Yeah, and they're like really like just very like colorful characters. Yeah, and you go through the like, yeah, is there like a trailer that actually... I'm almost scared to show a video because I feel like the video might not do it justice. Okay, does this like show anything? Oh, here's the piano. The most famous ocean liner ever built. Yeah, it's point and click and you go down hallways like that. See, here's what they... See? That's how they talk. Just their mouths and their eyes move. It's very strange. I'm getting flashbacks of this now. It's so crazy. It's, oh man. I totally missed this one. Yeah, I played this as a kid and it traumatized me. Because it was just unnecessarily difficult. But not even necessarily that it was difficult. It was just like... It was so... As a kid, it was so hard to follow. It was so hard to follow everything. Like... Yeah. And then when the girl came in who speed ran the game... And she was like, oh, go do this and then run over here and grab this. And I was like, how? Like, how did you even find this and, like, learn this stuff? That is so crazy. I wonder if I could do it again. Now that it's been probably, like, 4 years, like, I wonder if I could do it again. I can't get distracted, though. I can't. I can't get distracted by stuff. I have to finish these games that I've started.
Used to being hog-tied. I will kill you soon. There you go. Do what you want with it.
You are a saint and a scholar.
Zombie Oregon Trail.
Token of my gratitude.
Gotta head to bed. Thanks for the stream. Good night. Good night, JJ. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Now you are her. You're the expert. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. All right. Let's see. I honestly don't think we should start anything else. I feel like we're really at a good place, so I don't want to do any of these two. So what can I do in about 10 minutes or so that I'm not starting a full quest right before we end? Much progress. Play some blackjack. Oh, I'm not good at it, though. The only thing that I was pretty, like, decent with was the liar's dice. For the outfit. All right, you guys are gonna have to help me blackjack, then. Okay. You guys are gonna help me blackjack? Because I am not good at blackjack.
I can't stand to see a man walk around with such
Play blackjack.
Sure.
Can I
My luck can't get any worse.
Wait, was it blackjack in Blackwater? Okay, place your bet. 10, sure. 31. $15. So, oh yeah, this is how you don't want to get to 21. That's right. Okay, so I have a king and a 2. What does that mean? Look at your hand closer with L. Okay. So what's king? 10? Because it says I have 12, so it's gotta be 10. Okay. I'll take a hit.
Hey, mister. Is there anything of yours?
Ah, come on.
The chance of me getting another fucking face card.
You're no fun.
There's more to, but I mean, like, for the first time I'm playing, like, of course. Like, of course, the first time playing, I'm gonna get 2 face cards. Okay. Dealer stands with 20. Okay. Value of your hand equals to the dealer's hand. Okay. Place your bet. Sure.
Good luck.
Alright, I have a 4 and an ace. So that's 14? No, that's 5. Ace is 1. Okay.
You look like you haven't been drunk.
13. It's either. So yeah, so we don't want it to be 10 because 10, 14, 8, that'd be 22. Yeah. 13. Who's the dealer? Oh, the dealer has a 10. Yeah, I'm gonna get one more. Okay, so that puts me at 15. I'm not gonna get another one. He's got 18. So the dealer, even if the dealer gets another face card, that's 20. Should I hit one more? Or should I stand? I'm gonna hit one more. Who cares? It's only 10. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. So I can't get higher than a 4. Yeah. $17. Hey, I broke even. Okay.
That's what I like to see.
5 plus 8 is 13. When the dealer shows an ace, you can place a side bet called insurance. The bet pays out 1-to-1 if the dealer has a blackjack. Oh no, sure. Don't? Oh, whatever. $13. I'll hit one. You fucker.
Hit me. Right. Let's see it.
You fucker.
All right.
Queen? So 18? Oof. What is the dealer's cards? E? 3? Stay.
Do you do your own laundry as well?
6, 12, 26, 22, yeah. I didn't mean to say 26, I meant to say 22.
Interesting.
Okay. 2, okay, so I have 12. So I'll take,
Give me another.
19. I'm fucking staying here.
Good luck to you.
18. Yay. Okay. Okay, so 15? 6.
Yeah, one more.
17. I'll
That's
stay.
enough.
What? What's that mean?
Blackjack, lucky bastard. Thank you all very much.
What does split mean?
That's more like it.
Oh, it has to be a pair? Yeah, he split. He had two aces and he split. All right, I have 14. Shit. This is risky, but I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Don't take my card now. Come on, live a little.
Okay, I have an ace, a 6. So that makes it 7, right? Okay. Hit.
Give me a card.
10. Give me one more. Woo.
Stick.
17.
Thank you.
Yay! Okay.
Good. You're in.
4. Okay, so that's 5. Hit. That's 7, so hit. That's 10, so hit one more.
You got any balls?
Wait, is white blackjack? Interesting. All right, here it is, guys. 2 a.m. That's exactly how late I wanted to go. Perfect. Let's go to our little hotel room and we'll save. And then I would really, really, really like to get the game finished tomorrow. I just don't know what time I should start stream, you know?
Not so fast, partner.
If we don't get it finished, we can finish it next week, but 8 a.m. No. No, 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 not happening. Definitely not happening. All right. I highly, highly doubt anybody is on right now, but let's see if there's anybody we can toss a raid to. Again, I doubt it because it's 2 a.m., but let's see. Appreciate the stream. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys being here. Mama Jen is on. I haven't seen her in a long time. Jeez Louise. Let's go raid Mama Jen. I haven't seen her in a super, super long time. Oh, she's away from her chair right now. Hold on. I don't know how long she's gonna be away from her chair. I would really like to raid her if she gets back to her chair in like a moment. But yeah, so I will be streaming tomorrow. I don't want to say a time because it depends on how late I stay up tonight, what time I wake up. But I will be streaming tomorrow. I would like to start sometime during the day, so it could be noon, it could be 4 p.m. It could be anything, but I do plan on playing tomorrow. I would really, really like to get this game done tomorrow, possibly get into some Undead Nightmare, all that jazz. She is still not back at her chair yet. What the fuck? All right. We're not going to raid her then because I don't want to sit here all night and just look at her chair and just figure out when she's coming. Let's see. Jay Strom is playing Tinkerlands. What is that? Oh, it looks kind of survival crafty. Cute. We can raid JT Strom. Jonathan. He's an old one I haven't seen in a bit. Maybe she had to go piss, girl. High stakes poker game in Blackwater. Ooh, okay. All right, let's see if Jen's back. Jen is still not back. All right, nope, I lied. We're still gonna raid Jen, but we might just raid Jen and drop her off. All right, let's go raid Jen. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out. Thanks for being here. All that jazz. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll try to get this game done. And yeah. Good night. Stay safe. Make good choices. All that jazz. You know the deal. Go say hey to Jen. She's not there. She's her chair is missing, but maybe she'll come back. Maybe she'll be back. Maybe she'll be back. Bye, guys. See you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Go say hi to Jen. Maybe she'll come back.